Path to Mediterranean Hegemony. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Preparation, Debate. There is no reason for it. It is all the fault of gold. At the end of the 19th century, in the age of the gold standard, no one wanted the British to acquire South Africa's gold and master the lifeblood of world finance. The British, who have committed public anger in history, skillfully used diplomatic means to provoke contradictions between countries, making it impossible for the great powers to unite. Even so, under the small actions of various countries, the British finally fought hard for 3 years before winning. However, against the backdrop of countries manipulating public opinion to block the British, the European people set off a climax of boycotting the British. While winning, the British still paid a price. Industrial products were forced to lose part of the market in Europe and were replaced by German artificial goods, creating an opportunity for the German economy to surpass the British. The current situation is worse than in history. In Ferdinand's view, no matter how good John Bull's diplomacy is, it cannot be done in a short time. Of course, the British still don't think the Boers are so powerful. Oh, and now the British are preparing to send troops to intervene in a crisis in the Near East after the Boers have been defeated. If Bulgaria were to take action to weaken the Ottoman Empire, it is estimated that they would be so happy. After all, the importance of Egypt is self-evident, and the British are not allowed to let go of the landline of communication to India. By contrast, the importance of the Balkans is set back. In addition to limiting the expansion of the Russian Empire, it is really not worth mentioning for the British Empire in terms of interests. Ferdinand took a deep breath, calmed down, and said, "Since everyone has no opinion, let's sign a contract with France and Russia as soon as possible. Don't think about those useless things. All we have to do now is to prepare. Try to win the war with the smallest price and get the biggest piece of cake. As for the navy, leave it to the Russians. Anyway, this is also a precedent. Wasn't the previous army also arranged by the Russians? Isn't the army back in our own hands now? Don't have any inner pressure. Instead of this, it is better to devote your energy to the construction of the country." The new defense minister Petrov asked nervously, "Grand Duke, are we going to prepare for war right now?" Ferdinand thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Well, what plans does your Ministry of Defense have?" Petrov said calmly, "Our Ministry of Defense has formulated a National Reserve training program, and all young people of school age, over 17 and under 55, in Bulgaria are required to participate in military training. Taking into account the actual situation, we have focused on the training of the reserve force in rural areas, and used the slack period to conduct militarized training. The training time ranges from 3 to 6 months per year, but such high-intensity training also requires the government to allocate some funds to subsidize the young adults who participate in the training. Of course, urban residents are no exception, but considering the actual situation, most of them work in factories, and we have compressed the training time to 1 month per year. In theory, once a war breaks out, 300,000 troops can be mobilized within 3 days, 600,000 troops can be mobilized within a week, and the maximum mobilization can reach 1 million. Ferdinand's face changed slightly, and then he returned to normal, thinking, "This may be the mobilization system of Bulgaria in history, but if you use it now, I'm afraid it's a little crazy. After all, the people have not experienced the humiliation of the Second Balkan War. Who knows if the people can bear it?" "Mr. Petrov, did your Ministry of Defense make this plan, considering the actual situation? This is already a national army. Can the Bulgarian people bear it?" Petrov said confidently, "Your Excellency, Grand Duke, please rest assured, Bulgaria has a tradition of all people being soldiers since ancient times. In fact, the Balkan countries have a tradition of all people being soldiers. Serbia can do it before, but there is no reason why we can't do it. As long as military spending is sufficient, We at the Ministry of Defense can guarantee the completion of this task. Looking at the confident Minister of Defense, Ferdinand knew that it is difficult to say in other countries, but Bulgaria can really do it, but the capitalists are uncomfortable, or Ferdinand himself will suffer heavy losses. Besides, if it's just Bulgaria and Ottoman one-on-one, Ferdinand might really be desperate, but it's not up to that. So he kicked the ball to the cabinet and asked, what does the cabinet think? The result was beyond Ferdinand's expectations. The cabinet, which he thought would be opposed, actually collectively supported the plan of the Ministry of Defense. Constantine, Grand Duke, I think there is no problem with the plan formulated by the Ministry of Defense, which can maximize the war potential of Bulgaria. Then the Minister of Foreign Affairs Mitev, the Minister of Industry Wejeng Ivanlov, and the Minister of Education Chekhov expressed their support. Ferdinand finally understood why Bulgaria was able to break out during World War I, seeing a leaf and knowing the autumn, in the context of ups and downs, what can't be done. He still shook his head and said, theoretically yes, but you have ignored the logistical supply after the outbreak of the war. We must also have enough manpower to devote ourselves to the logistics. From a military point of view, after the outbreak of the war, the main battlefields are the Macedonia region and the Istanbul region, and other regions are secondary battlefields. We simply do not need to use so many troops. How big is the army of the Ottoman Empire? How many troops are there in Europe? Now there are less than 200,000 in Europe. Even their national army is only 500,000 or 600,000 exclamation mark with their rotten system and low efficiency. If they want to carry out nationwide mobilization, it is estimated that the war has already ended. The enemy forces we face are at most 300,000 to 400,000, and we also need to consider the situation of them eating empty noises. The detailed information on this aspect will be handed over to you later. Don't be intimidated by the name of the Ottoman Empire. This vast empire is dying. The most they can mobilize is the European region, and the reserve training is also abandoned. Material reserves are a joke. It's going to be a fight. It is estimated that they are not as good as the Serbs, at least in the face of national disaster. The officials of the Serbian government are still qualified. Ottoman Empire, if half of the funds are actually used, it is already open. Usually, it is deducted layer by layer, and it is their normal level to float up to 7 or 8 layers. In addition, don't ignore it, we still have 200,000 troops at our disposal. The road construction workers under militarized management can be sent to the battlefield with a little training when necessary. Therefore, the preparation for this battle is mainly in terms of materials and personnel training, rather than simply pursuing quantity. Chapter 177, The Naval Power on Paper. Ferdinand's words are not for nothing, and it is not for nothing that the Greeks dared to single out the Ottoman Empire. It is true that the current Turks are indeed very weak. Compared with the First Balkan War, it is much weaker, otherwise the British would not plan to carve up the Ottomans, and the Greeks would not have the courage to declare war on the Ottoman Empire. For example, in Macedonia, the Ottoman Empire has 110,000 garrison troops in name, but the actual number may be less than half. The military expenditures saved were all divided up by the powerful and powerful in the country. During the above inspection period, civilians could be arrested to make up the number. This was the status quo of the Ottoman Empire at the end of the 19th century. Unlike Ferdinand, a traveler, Bulgaria had just gained independence from the Ottoman Empire not long after, and still held off for the suzerain. When formulating a strategy, you can't help but overestimate the strength of the opponent. Their assessment of the strength of the Ottoman Empire is still very realistic. After listening to Ferdinand's words, everyone's faces were a little embarrassed, but they were relieved. Since it is an enemy, of course, the weaker the Ottoman Empire, the better. As for the plan, you can change it at any time, as long as you can win this war. Well, everyone pretended not to see Ferdinand's sinister intention to use immigrants as cannon fodder. Anyway, they are not Bulgarian nationals, and no matter how many people die, they don't feel bad. As for the Russians, they don't care about the life and death of gray animals. Petrov said simply, "Okay, I will revise the plan when I go back, and include the road construction workers into the preparatory plan, and I will try my best to ensure the normal operation of the factory. Thinking of the Second Balkan War, the main factor behind Bulgaria's crushing defeat was the lack of guns and artillery. So, Ferdinand exhorted again, in a modern war, victory is not determined by the number of people. It is not just people who compete on the battlefield. Weapons and equipment have become the core factor that determines the outcome of the war. Of course, I am not saying that the human factor is no longer critical, and the training of soldiers must not be relaxed. But cold weapons can't beat hot weapons. But it's a fact, don't hold guns and can't find ammunition, you can only let the soldiers fight bayonet. It's embarrassing. As soon as Ferdinand finished speaking, Prime Minister Constantine immediately expressed his stance, saying, "Please rest assured, Grand Duke, our government will make every effort to ensure the logistical supply. In order to ensure the completion of the ammunition reserve, our cabinet will immediately allocate funds and order the arsenal to increase the production line. Even if it is 24-hour rush, the scheduled task must be completed in advance." After the government was settled, Ferdinand finally breathed a sigh of relief. If they were having trouble with the Russians now, Bulgaria would definitely not be able to eat and walk away. No matter how proud the Russians are now, they will cry when the Russo-Japanese War breaks out. As long as the past 10 years have passed, the balance of power between a devastated Russia and a rising Bulgaria will fundamentally change. This time, the Russians were very efficient. As soon as the secret agreement was signed, the Russian Empire's weapons and equipment began to be supplied to Bulgaria, and even some of the weapons and equipment banned by the French could be purchased. It's a pity that now Ferdinand, I can't use what I like, and I can't like what I can use. It took the opportunity to purchase a batch of cutting-edge machinery and equipment from France, which enhanced the industrial strength of Bulgaria. Then, the symbolic Congress walked around, and the Bulgarian Navy plan was officially released. Details? Sorry, God knows what the Russians are going to do. Anyway, the Bulgarian government has no right to interfere with this new navy. Ferdinand still underestimated the shamelessness of the Russians. The so-called Bulgarian Navy is directly a part of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, and directly changed a flag, which is the Bulgarian Navy. Don't say anything, the battle for control of the Navy is over, and even ordinary transfers must be approved by the Russians. This is entirely because the Bulgarian government paid for the Russian fleet. From the ship to the people, there is no place where Bulgaria can intervene. Well, Ferdinand can only comfort himself. In fact, 200 million levs, even if thrown into the mouth of the gold-devouring beast of the navy, can't make much waves. Isn't there a powerful existence fleet now? Although it is not easy to use, it can be taken out to scare people, right? In terms of tonnage, Bulgaria is also one of the top 10 naval powers in the world. And it's not completely fruitless. In addition to being scary, at least the Russians have helped Bulgaria with a logistics service system. There is an additional shipyard for warship maintenance. Although it is a little rotten, it can still carry out simple warship maintenance. Of course, Ferdinand has always believed that this is because the Russian Navy executives directly threw these expenses to the Bulgarian government in order to embezzle military expenses. However, he accepted it very readily. In addition to the engineers sent by the Russians, the Bulgarian government also put a group of workers in to study, which was regarded as paying tuition fees. Compared with the depression at the top of the government, the people are much more lively. At the end of the 19th century, sea power has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. The navy is the most important indicator to measure the strength of a country. Ordinary people don't care. How many tricks are there? Anyway, this purchased fleet hangs the flag of Bulgaria and dangles in the Black Sea. Everyone has bragging rights to talk about, and they have made a good dream of a big country. Even the large reserve training that was carried out was much more enthusiastic. To changes in Bulgaria, anyone with a little common sense knows that a new round of Balkan wars is about to start again. The Balkan countries quickly began to follow up, with Montenegro, announcing an expansion of the army by 10,000. Compared to other countries, it is nothing, but for Montenegro, It is already the limit. A small country with a population of less than 400,000 people has an army of 25,000 people after its expansion. Had to admire Montenegro's King Nicholas I, who succeeded the Grand Duke in 1860, twice against the Turks in 1862 and 1876, and finally achieved brilliant victories. Again through diplomatic efforts, the Berlin Conference decided to double its territory and become a sovereign state. In 1868, when he visited St. Petersburg, he became friends with the Russian Emperor Alexander II, and hugged the Russian thighs. Since then, the Russian government has often provided him with money and weapons support. He was also a huge supporter of serfdom, and wanted Serb unity to advocate for a united kingdom. However, he strongly opposed Kara, or Ev.S. Can't translate? During the Bulgarian War, the Montenegro government took a clear stand on Serbia's side and severed diplomatic relations with Bulgaria. Chapter 178, Undercurrent. The Russian support for Bulgaria was not kept secret at all. After learning the news, Nicholas I immediately ordered the Montenegro government to pass the military expansion bill regardless of the government's financial capacity. Disregarding the bad relationship with Bulgaria after the Bulgarian-Serbian War, they moved in through the Russians and joined in, trying to get a piece of the pie. Ferdinand happily invited the future kingdom of Montenegro to join the alliance, and the Balkan alliance was officially formed. Of course, the most important thing is, Montenegro has limited strength, and even with the support of the Russians, it cannot eat much. What's more, it is no longer the period of Alexander II, there is no interest binding. Just out of sympathy, the Russian support for Montenegro has been greatly reduced. As for the main force of the Balkan alliance in history, Serbia, it is difficult to protect itself now. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was not a vegetarian and was constantly encroaching on their sovereignty. The young Alexander I had been cornered and began to give up on himself, completely bid farewell to government affairs, and hid in the palace to entertain himself. To Ferdinand's surprise, the Socialist Party, which has been tossing about in Bulgaria in history, does not even have a shadow at this moment. Communism began to flourish in Serbia. The leader of the rebels, who escaped catastrophe, accepted the influence of communism. Now it is mixed with the radicals in Serbia, and they are preparing to overthrow the traitorous government by force and expel Austria-Hungary. In the face of the country's life and death, Bulgaria is no longer the Serbs' number one enemy. The Austro-Hungarian Empire, which worked and contributed, took over the position of the villain, and the government that was working hard for Serbia's post-war reconstruction and recovery became a decayed reactionary colonial government. Well, the Serbian government was really wronged. They were still qualified at the end of the 19th century. Through their unremitting efforts, Serbia barely managed to keep its national sovereignty. As for social contradictions, it is entirely the sequelae of the Bulgarian War. Under the situation of domestic and foreign difficulties, being able to guarantee that the relief food will be distributed on time is enough to prove their ability. However, it is useless. Idealists and activists cannot see it. All this is attributed to the corruption of the government and the exploitation of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Completely ignoring the contribution of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Serbian government is doing its best for the country's actual situation. No way, who calls Serbian activists more? The undercurrent of revolution is surging, and Ferdinand estimates that within 2 or 3 years, a new round of great uprising will break out. Ferdinand knew that after the end of the Balkan War, Bulgaria would border Austria-Hungary, and due to the existence of the Bulgarian-Russian alliance, the tacit understanding between the two countries would cease to exist. The small Balkan region can't hold two regional powers. Since both sides are destined to be enemies in the future, he is also happy to see the joke of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. If it were Ferdinand, he would never be as indecisive as the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Either directly control Serbia like Bosnia and Herzegovina and find an opportunity to directly annex it, or simply support the pro-Austro-Hungarian government and make Serbia completely independent. Now Austria-Hungary's attitude towards Serbia is swaying. On the one hand, It invades the rights and interests of the Serbs in an attempt to make up for economic losses, and on the other hand, it supports the pro-Austro-Hungarian regime. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that what Austria-Hungary has paid to Serbia is completely disproportionate to the gains. Mayan, Sheng Michu, in the eyes of blindly idealists and radicals, only the exploitation of the Austro-Hungarian Empire remains! Time flies by, and we enter 1896 in a flash. In the new year, the situation in the Balkans is getting worse. The actions of the Balkan countries still attracted the attention of the Ottoman Empire. There are also a few sensible people in the decaying empire. Harem Pasha, then the foreign minister, is one of them. As the foreign minister of the old empire, Halim Pasha is also arrogant enough to disdain the actions of the three small Balkan countries. What he cares about is the attitude of the powers behind him, and the extra fleet in Bulgaria is the focus of attention. Harem Pasha has always advocated a settlement with the British so that he could focus on solving the Armenian problem at home. Like most of the Ottoman nobles, Harem Pasha also supported the Sultan and used iron and blood to suppress the domestic revolution. He believes that once the Armenians are allowed to become independent, it is likely to cause a chain reaction. At that time, the Kurds, Greeks, Bulgarians, and Arabs will all ask for independence. If it is not good, the Ottoman Empire may fall apart, which is unbearable for any Turkish noble. The Balkan issue has always plagued the Ottoman Empire. Greece, Bulgaria, Serbia, and Montenegro have no peace of mind, and they are all eyeing the Ottoman suzerain. In Harem Pasha's view, if it weren't for the intervention of the foreign powers, the Ottoman Empire would have solved these disorderly parties long ago. After finally waiting for the two countries to fight against each other, I thought I could spend a few days of peace of mind, but I didn't expect the Serbs to be so useless, and they were done by Bulgaria. Now the actions of the three Balkan countries make him very uneasy. The British fiddled with the plan to carve up the Ottomans, and Halim Pasha was very terrifying. For this reason, the Sudanese government also launched diplomatic efforts, and finally persuaded the Germans and the French, gained support, and made a move to the Russians. In exchange for a concession, the neutrality of the Russians was exchanged. Halim Pasha is very clear that the actions of the Balkan countries are absolutely indispensable to the support of the old enemy, the Russians. Similarly, the Austro-Hungarian Empire must also support it. Not long ago, the Austro-Hungarian Ministry of Foreign Affairs put forward the request for the Ottoman Empire to give up the sovereignty of the Bosnia and Herzegovina region, but he justly rejected it. Harem Pasha knew that the Ottoman Empire could not resist the three kingdoms of Britain, Russia, and Austria-Hungary at the same time, even if they did not act together. Halim Pasha, who knew he was in great trouble, just made a proposal to the Sultan, namely, give up the Bosnia and Herzegovina region in exchange for the support of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, recognizes the status quo in the Egyptian region and obtain the understanding of the British. Immediately there was a crusade. The Minister of War sarcastically said, "Coward, the enemy hasn't come yet, I just want to surrender. If it does come, then it's worth it." The Minister of the Interior said angrily, "Don't scare us here, if the situation is so serious, now it's not a few clowns tossing around, but the coalition of Britain, Russia and Austria. Can the British and the Russians compromise? Aren't the British afraid of the Russians entering the Mediterranean? If so, wouldn't their Crimean War be a waste of time? Can the Russians tolerate Austro-Hungarian expansion in the Balkans? If so, it is estimated that the Austro-Hungarian Empire has already annexed Bosnia and Herzegovina, and it is estimated that Serbia and Montenegro no longer exist." The Minister of War added, "The British have an invincible navy, but the army? That's it. For the sake of a Boer war, they have to expand. Do they still have the energy to trouble us?" Chapter 179, Preparations for the Ottoman Empire. Foreign Minister Harem Pasha sneered and said, "Short-sighted. Even if the British are held back by the Boers, they are the world's most powerful country. Is it not easy to cause us trouble? Not to mention, now they support the Balkan countries to challenge our status and support the independence of the Armenians. These are enough for us." The Russians certainly do not want the Austro-Hungarian Empire to expand its power in the Balkans, but if it is for the Bosphorus Strait and the Sea of Marmara, isn't it worth making a deal with Austria-Hungary? You must know that whether the Russians enter the Mediterranean Sea has little influence on the Austro-Hungarian Empire, as long as the interests are sufficient. Why should we stop the compromise between the two countries? The Minister of War retorted. It is true that the Russians want to enter the Mediterranean in their dreams, but what is the situation in the Black Sea Strait? I don't need to tell you. Even if you get the Bosphorus Strait and the Sea of Marmara, what can you do? There are also a series of archipelago chains ahead, which need to be broken through to enter the Mediterranean. And now the Russian Navy does not have the strength to compete for hegemony in the Mediterranean. Once in the Mediterranean, the British, Italians, and even the Spanish, Portuguese, and Dutch may be their enemies. Would the Russians be so unwise and foolish to rush to the Mediterranean? If this is the case, it will be simple. Just let go of the strait and let the Russians pass. Then we will organize a coalition and fight a new Crimean War. Foreign Minister Harem Pasha gave the Minister of War a disdainful look and said, "Don't think of the Russians as such idiots. Winning the Black Sea Strait does not mean competing for hegemony in the Mediterranean." Now the strategic focus of the Russians is still in the Far East. Captured the Bosphorus Strait, even the Dardanelles, and took control of the Sea of Marmara, just to grasp the gateway to the Black Sea. The Russians will take the strategic initiative. As long as they are not competing with the British for hegemony in the Mediterranean, the British will not interfere now. Germans and French, enough of their headaches, the Minister of War continued to retort, saying, "Then Mr. Harem Pasha, please tell me that after the Russian strategic center of gravity has shifted eastward, is it still capable of provoking a full-scale war in Europe? To fully grasp the Black Sea Strait, Istanbul and the peninsula of Asia Minor are all hurdles that cannot be bypassed. At least they have to take the coastal area, otherwise even if they take Constantinople, they are still not safe. Unless the Russians are desperate to declare war on us, otherwise, at most, they will support a few fleas in the Balkans and come out to cause us trouble. A few small countries, even with the support of the Russians, we can still suppress it." Are the Russians willing to compromise with Austria-Hungary when there is no way to get the Bosphorus? Well, Foreign Secretary Harem Pasha was spat out. It can't be said that the Ottoman Empire can't even handle a few small countries. At this time, the Sultan stood up as a peacemaker and said, "Everyone, you are the pillars of the country. There is no need to argue endlessly over trivial matters." Prime Minister, what do you think of this issue? The Prime Minister who was named looked at the face of the Sultan, and said slowly, "Everyone is right, the situation in the Balkans must be taken seriously, and I suggest sending more troops to the Balkans to deal with the future situation." Variety. As for the Russians who do not fight, they may end up in person, or they will not sell a fleet to Bulgaria. If you add the Greek navy, they have an advantage now. But we don't need to take the precious navy and fight them at sea. The navy only needs to hold the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus, separate them, and wait for the army to win. Then everything is over. Now the three children in the Balkans, the reason why they dare to make small moves is that in addition to the instigation of Britain, Austria-Hungary, and the Russians, the Armenian uprising broke out in our country, is the main factor. Probably they feel that our Ottoman Empire is rotten and is about to end, and they want to come out to be a vulture again, and they are eager to carve up the carrion. Now our focus is on solving domestic problems, then give the three disobedient children a bloody lesson. I have to say that Prime Minister Osman's judgment is quite accurate. Before the Bulgarian army hit Constantinople, the Russians would not go to a decisive battle with the navy. The Bosphorus Strait is so dangerous. The narrowest part is only more than 700 meters. The Ottoman navy can rely on the fort on both sides of the strait to defend. If the Russian navy goes in, it will be compared to a pair of warships and fortresses. It is estimated that as long as the commander is not in the water, he will not do it. This is also the reason why the Russian Empire collapsed in World War I. The navies of the Allied powers clearly had the upper hand, but they were still unable to get through the Black Sea Strait. In order to open up the transportation line, Britain and France had to send troops to Sicily. As for someone saying that Britain and France deliberately let the Russians collapse, that is complete nonsense, not to mention the foreign debts owed by the Russians. From a military point of view, without the Russians on the Eastern Front, Britain and France were suppressed and beaten on the Western Front. In 1917, the Germans almost broke through the line of defense several times. If it wasn't for the hard work of Britain and France, coupled with the strategic mistakes of the Germans, the French would have kneeled. As for the Americans, it's okay to spend money and materials. Thinking about the pocket version of the army with only tens of thousands of people, it's better to expect them to fight. Even after joining the war later, the help brought by the material is far greater than the military, and even the support brought by the spirit is greater than the military. The main force is still Britain and France. The pride of the Turks is not without reason. At the end of the 19th century, were they also the #1 power? Don't dare to say anything else. At this moment, their military strength is still in the top 10 in the world. They can't beat the British and Russians, and can't they beat Bulgaria, Greece, and Montenegro? Foreign Minister Harim Pasha could only sigh and return disappointed. How is the Ottoman Empire now? Can anyone sitting here know? That is to fool the Sultan. But no one dared to open up this mess, and of course he didn't take his opponent to heart, which is also a reason ! After receiving the information, the Ottoman Empire added troops to the Balkans, and Ferdinand was startled, but he waited and waited, but there was still no movement. It was not until 1896 that the Armenians launched a rebellion in Constantinople that the Turks really increased their troops to Europe. Ferdinand also had to admire the efficiency of the Ottoman Empire. No wonder the First Balkan War in history was over, and reinforcements were still on their way from Asia. Thinking about it is also drunk. Now that both sides have made it clear, the Sudanese government still has time to spare. If Ferdinand is replaced, the Armenian issue will not be resolved immediately, and then the army will be organized to start immediately, taking advantage of the contradictions between the three countries to defeat them one by one. Chapter 180. Inventory. In any case, the procrastination and incompetence of the Ottoman government, just like Ferdinand, he did not ask for trouble. Looking back at China, the second five-year plan is still in full swing. As of 1895, many projects have achieved phased victories. Under the investment of the Bulgarian government at all costs, heavy industrial industries such as steel plants and arsenals have achieved leapfrog development. In 1895, Bulgaria produced 150,000 tons of steel annually, including 48,000 tons of steel and 102,000 tons of iron. The arsenal can do it now. On average, the daily production of 500 new-style rifles, water in a row, 15 machine guns, 1.575 mm rapid-fire field guns, Italian guns or Miss France, 500,000 bullets, and 2,000 shells. The heavy-duty 150 mm howitzer has also been successfully copied, and the production capacity is still forgot. This is not something Bulgaria can afford now, just build a few to fill the facade. The steel plant has temporarily reached its limit. If you want to continue to break through, you can only wait for Bulgaria to obtain sufficient mineral resources after the Balkan War. The pace of expansion of the arsenal has not stopped for a moment. According to the requirements of the military, the production capacity of rifles and machine guns needs to be doubled, the production capacity of artillery has to be increased by 1/3, and the production capacity of ammunition has to be increased by 5 times. According to the plan, by the end of 1896, Bulgaria should be able to arm 40 divisions with a total of more than 600,000 troops, and have strategic material reserves to meet the needs of continuous operations for 6 months. According to the calculation of the military, the reserve of bullets shall not be less than 1 billion rounds, and the reserve of artillery shells shall not be less than 10 million. No way. Who said that Bulgaria is equipped with gold-swallowing beasts? Mark Kor heavy machine gun, known as the Master, who can shoot 600 bullets a minute. His power in the Bulgarian war was shown. After the unremitting efforts of the engineers of the arsenal, copycat, The successful weight was reduced by 1/5, and other performances still did not improve much. It was still liked by the military. In one breath, he placed an order for 10,000 guns for the arsenal. Each machine gun was equipped with 50,000 bullets. This is 500 million, and the rest are rifles. Now that the war is not far away, Ferdinand does not expect to achieve a technological breakthrough now. If the quality is not good, the quantity is enough. Anyway, the opponent is the Ottoman Empire, and it is not an industrial power. Not to mention the Bulgarian Type 75 rapid-fire gun. Miss France, how can the rapid-fire gun not fire fast? The corresponding rate of fire is fast, which naturally means that the shells are consumed quickly. The speed of 15 rounds per minute is far higher than the rate of fire of traditional artillery. According to Ferdinand's plan, the main first-class division was equipped with 32 doors, and the new second-class division was equipped with 24 doors. In addition, 5 heavy artillery regiments were formed, each with 72 artillery pieces of various calibers. Regardless of the quality, in terms of firepower alone, the division level has caught up with 2/3 of the French army in World War I. Of course, it is still far behind in general. Well, who told Ferdinand to set the strategic goal so high? Regardless of the military's request, whether it's the lion's big mouth, he must do it with all his strength. In this regard, it has been unanimously approved by the high level of the Bulgarian government. In any case, winning this war is the most important task for Bulgaria now. Thousands of artillery pieces and tens of thousands of machine guns are much stronger than the war the British fought against the Boers in South Africa. These are Ferdinand's greatest confidence in challenging the Ottoman Empire and swallowing the Balkans! At the annual inventory meeting, Ferdinand was in a good mood. For Bulgaria, 1895 was another harvest year. In terms of population, Bulgaria still maintains a high growth rate. The natural population growth rate after excluding new immigrants is as high as 2.73%, and the new population is about 110,000. In fact, 1895 was another year of Bulgarian immigration. There is not enough labor for new land development. In order to develop the Nis area as soon as possible, the Bulgarian government introduced a total of 242,000 immigrants throughout the year. By the end of 1895, the actual population of Bulgaria had exceeded 4.3 million, of which 3.948 million had Bulgarian nationality. In agriculture, land consolidation has been curbed. By the end of 1895, the country had a total of 41,300 square kilometers of arable land, and the per capita arable land remained at a high level of 0.95 hectares. Among them, 65% are scattered in the hands of more than 2.3 million peasants. The Bulgarian government is the largest landowner, holding 29% of the country's arable land. The remaining 6% is owned by the landlords, among which the emerging military class. It's a huge percentage again. The total agricultural output increased by 18% compared with 1894, mainly due to the increase in the area of arable land, as well as the promotion of new technologies, the construction of water conservancy projects and other factors. With the development of new territories, Bulgarian agriculture will maintain a high growth rate in the next few years. At the same time, the core problem that restricts the development of Bulgarian agriculture, the decentralized use of land, has not been solved. The key is that Ferdinand did not intend to solve it now. The main reason is that land annexation will cause farmers to go bankrupt, easily lead to social conflicts, and destroy the stability and unity of Bulgaria. At the end of the 19th century, the material foundation was not rich, and Ferdinand lowered the agricultural tax. For a considerable period of time, the income level gap between the peasant class and the working class was not large. In terms of living standards, many peasants with lower incomes have surpassed the workers. In the short term, the scissors difference between industry and agriculture is not so obvious. As for future issues, let's talk about it when the time comes. Anyway, maintaining social stability now will help the rapid growth of the population, and it can also prepare for war to the greatest extent. Military merit is the most effective way for Bulgarian people to go to the upper class and become the ruling class. The development of industry is changing with each passing day. By the end of 1895, there were 318 large and small enterprises in Bulgaria, employing 897,600 workers and possessing total assets of 1.75 billion levs. Among them, there are 15 large enterprises with total assets of more than 30 million levs. Royal Bank ranks first with total assets of 350 million levs, followed by Bulgarian National Railway Company with total assets of 280 million levs. There are Shuanghui Food Group, United Commercial Bank, Bulgarian National Bank, Bulgarian Steel Factory, Bulgarian Machinery Factory, Bulgarian Arsenal and other companies, all of which are on the list. The 15 giants combined have a total of 685,000 employees, of which the Bulgarian National Railway Company has 342,000 workers. The total assets are as high as 1.58 billion levs, and the total assets of the remaining 300-odd companies are less than 200 million. Monopoly capital has occupied 90% of the total industrial and commercial volume in Bulgaria, and most of the other companies also survive around these giants. Except for the three major banks, the rest are real industries. Among them, three state-owned enterprises, the Bulgarian Railway Company, the steel plant and the arsenal, have been in a state of loss. Well, actually Ferdinand was going to split the road from the railway company, but after considering the actual situation, he gave up. If the railway company has a bright future and lost money in the early stage, then it is estimated that the individual highway project will still lose money even if it waits for the next century, and it will be a huge loss. Now the performance of the car is so bad that it needs to be repaired once it runs for 30 to 40 kilometers on average. The performance is very unstable, not to mention the comfort. On the road now, it is still a horse-drawn carriage. As for collecting tolls, forget it. Originally, the transportation cost is high, and if we scrape another layer, do we need to develop the economy? Chapter 181, Achievements. Of course, Bulgaria's industry is still dominated by light industry, among which agricultural products processing enterprises are the most prominent. There are 84 agricultural product processing enterprises across the country, accounting for 25% of the total number of enterprises, and there are 8 processing enterprises with assets exceeding 5 million levs. Its total output value accounts for 35.4% of the total industrial output value, and the flour processing plant ranks first in the food industry. However, the monopoly economy is still dominant. Ferdinand's Shuanghui Food Group, a single enterprise, accounts for more than 70% of the output value, and almost monopolizes all exports. The field of machinery manufacturing is still the biggest shortcoming in Bulgaria. Except for the Bulgarian machinery factory that Ferdinand came up with, there is no one who can take it. The few remaining machinery factories also lack market competitiveness with a single product. Even though the Bulgarian government has exempted the tax, they are still struggling to survive. In contrast, Ferdinand's Bulgarian machinery factory is much more outstanding and is already a comprehensive machinery manufacturing group. Basically, the main machinery in the world can be copied, such as textile machines, silk cutting machines, most steam engines and other products, and the quality has been in line with international standards. Even a car has been manufactured, but it has not been able to be brought to the market. Either the cost is too high, or the performance is too poor to be competitive in the market. At the same time, the Bulgarian machinery factory is also the largest manufacturer and supplier of spare parts in Southeast Europe, with a market share of about 53.5%. The machinery factory can proudly announce that there are no parts in this world that they cannot imitate. By the end of 1895, Bulgaria had a total of more than 9,800 kilometers of railways and 15,000 kilometers of highways, and the main trunk lines were basically connected. The level of traffic, although not comparable to Western Europe, is unmatched in Southeast Europe. In the field of basic education, Ferdinand can proudly announce that Bulgaria is already at the top level in the world. Although there is no compulsory education, It is almost the same. The primary school enrollment rate in Bulgaria is as high as 96.6%. The secondary school enrollment rate has reached an astonishing 20.4%, surpassing the foreign powers and ranking first in the world. History is the world's first, of course. In higher education, Bulgaria is still far from the great powers. There is only one science university in the whole country, supplemented by more than 10 various vocational education colleges, which is the whole of Bulgarian high-level education. It's not that Ferdinand doesn't want to start a few more universities. He is a university professor these days. He is a treasure wherever he goes. It is not easy to gather teachers from Bulgarian universities. Between quality and quantity, Ferdinand chooses quality without hesitation. Anyway, the main purpose of Bulgarian universities is to cultivate cutting-edge talents. Based on the population base of Bulgaria, the number of students recruiting 500 or 600 people every year basically catches all the talented people. Compared with the meager 2,000 students in Bulgaria, vocational colleges are much larger, with more than 38,000 teachers and students. Among them, the personnel entrusted by the factory to train also occupy a considerable proportion, since it is training engineers. As for the requirements, of course, it is much lower. Compared with education, the development of Bulgaria's medical field is far behind. At the end of the 19th century, there were not many advanced medical devices, and doctors could not rely on mechanical inspection to treat diseases, and most of them could only rely on experience. Therefore, the training cycle for doctors is much longer. Unlike doctors who were trained in the later 4 or 5 years, if you don't have 10 or 8 years of study in this era, don't want to be a teacher. Due to the lack of adequate doctors, Ferdinand was also powerless. The measures to be taken in the short term are still to organize local doctors and conduct short-term training. How much can be improved? How much? As for medical school, haven't graduated yet. The earliest group of students only studied for 7 or 8 years. Now they are still gaining experience. Of course, the level of medical care has been greatly improved, and it is much easier to train nurses, which can basically meet the initial needs. In 1895, Bulgaria's total import and export trade amounted to 760 million leva, an increase of nearly 4 times compared with 1887. Among them, the total import was 365 million lev, the total export was 395 million lev, and the trade surplus was 30 million lev. Among them, trade with Russia accounts for 71.5% of the total, and it is Bulgaria's largest trading partner, and it has always had a trade surplus in this trade. Of course, the introduction of immigration expenses is basically a trade balance. Fiscal revenue continued to grow rapidly, an increase of 25% over 1894, reaching 218 million leva, much higher than Bulgaria's economic growth rate of 13%. Which is mainly the dividend of the first 5-year plan. In order to stimulate economic development and encourage private capital to join the industry, the Bulgarian government has taken administrative measures to intervene in the market. Many industries have been provided with tax incentives for a number of years. Now the time for tax reduction for some companies has come, and the government finances have begun to harvest dividends. After listening to the report from the cabinet, Ferdinand sighed to himself. It's not easy. After 10 years of hard work, Bulgaria has finally developed by leaps and bounds, both in the field of industry and agriculture, and in the military field. It has achieved outstanding development. I saw Ferdinand nodded and said, "That's right." After 10 years of hard work, Bulgaria can be said to have entered the threshold of an industrial country today. However, we can't relax now. New challenges are coming, and Jackie Chan is here to win. The next year will be the most critical year since the founding of Bulgaria. What is the plan of the cabinet? Prime Minister Constantine said calmly, Grand Duke, in the next year, apart from implementing the already formulated 5-year plan, the government does not plan to carry out any major construction. In order to ensure an advantage in the upcoming war, the cabinet will devote maximum energy to preparing for the war, and maximize our war potential as much as possible. Ferdinand nodded and motioned to continue. Everyone here knows the current situation in Bulgaria. The industrial development has almost reached the limit of this country. Raw materials and markets, these two dual factors, restrict the further development of Bulgaria. This is also the previous estimation error of Ferdinand. If there was no Bulgarian War in 1894, which consumed a part of the materials, the rapid development of the Bulgarian economy would have stopped now. No way. Who said that Bulgaria itself has a limited market and international trade for most small and medium-sized enterprises, is undoubtedly a dream. First of all, product quality is not dominant compared to developed countries. Secondly, Bulgaria's products are exported by land, the cost is too high, and the farthest to Austro-Hungary is the limit. Export by sea. In addition to the Russian Empire, the Ottoman Empire, and Romania, exporting to other countries will first be subject to a tariff by the Ottoman Empire, which will raise the cost. After adding the tariff, it also tends to be at a disadvantage in terms of price. This is also one of the reasons why the trade between Bulgaria and Russia is booming. They are all forced out and blocked by local chickens. Except for a very few special products, it is difficult for other commodities to be competitive in the world. Of course, there are disadvantages as well as advantages. The industrial and commercial products of Western European industrial powers must also experience double tariffs when entering Russia, not to mention the quality, the price alone, plus the freight and tariff, are not as competitive as Bulgarian products. Similarly, the export of Russian goods, mainly grain and industrial raw materials, had to be skinned by the Ottomans, seriously blocking the way of the nobles. Chapter 182. The Ottoman Empire is already the biggest enemy of the bourgeoisie in both Russia and Russia. This is the point that Ferdinand felt the most, who called him the biggest capitalist in Bulgaria. Bulgarian industrial products. Fortunately, the big deal is sold to the Russian Empire, and the Ottoman Empire also blocked the entry of Western European industrial products, which is a two-way offset. But what about agricultural exports? The Russians don't need to import grain. They can't finish their own grain, so why export it? After being scratched by the Ottomans, the Bulgarian government had to exempt companies from taxation in order to guarantee their competitiveness. Even so, export profits are extremely limited. Ferdinand's Xianghui Food Group alone pays more than 30 million leva of import and export tariffs to the Ottoman Empire every year. This is a real pain. Cutting off people's wealth is like killing one's parents. Sitting on the Black Sea Strait, this golden waterway, the Ottoman Empire can be said to have brought the hatred between Bulgaria and Russia to its full value. Of course, Romania's feelings are probably similar, and the export of agricultural products will still be severely scraped. It would be fine if the Ottoman Empire was strong, and everyone had to endure it no matter how dissatisfied it was. It's a pity that he is in decline now, and this is drawing hatred. Even if the Russian government can bear it for the sake of the overall situation, the domestic aristocrats cannot bear it for the sake of profit. Otherwise, the Russian government would not have immediately packaged a fleet to come over as soon as it saw an opportunity. Ferdinand would not have been in a hurry to overthrow the Ottoman Empire, because interests were forced out. This point, the Bulgarian government is also very clear, knowing that cooperating with the Russians is scheming with tigers. But there is no choice, the Ottoman Empire must be eliminated. Otherwise, don't think about it better in Bulgaria. The Ottoman Empire is always sucking blood through tariffs, and the benefits of industrialization have been taken away by the Turks. Of course, the Sudanese government is expected to express injustice. The tariffs they receive in the Black Sea Strait are already very low, lower than the tariffs of most countries. For this guy Mount, he can't hide, who dares to make trouble. Every man is innocent, but he is guilty. The Black Sea Strait is the throat of West Asia, North Africa and Southern Europe leading to the Black Sea. It is the only passage for the Russian Empire, Bulgaria and Romania to enter the Mediterranean Sea. It has always been a battleground for military strategists. What's more, it is a golden waterway with tens of thousands of ships passing through every year, with a total tonnage of tens of millions of tons and tariff revenue of tens of millions of pounds. So many factors add up. The relationship between the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire, Romania, and Bulgaria can be imagined. If strategic issues can still be compromised, then there will be no need to discuss economic disputes at all. No way. Who said that these countries are not rich? It is obviously impossible for the Ottoman Empire to give up collecting tariffs. It would cost him his life. In addition to the state's financial revenue, Turkey's aristocratic men can also benefit from it. If their financial path is cut off, the Sultan's position will be unstable. Not to mention Bulgaria. How to obtain further development without annexing the territory of the European part of the Ottoman Empire? Where can I find raw materials and markets? In this regard, Romania's attitude can be ignored. It does not border the Ottomans on land, and the fleet at sea that is comparable to the Bulgarian Coast Guard has no ability to find the Turks' bad luck. Hairy bears. There is no doubt that their appetite is the greatest, but they have the strength to back them up. If it is not for the mutual restraint of the powers, it is estimated that the target is not just a Constantinople. The Asia Minor Peninsula and Georgia are all good choices, which are in line with their operation of turning the Black Sea into an inland sea. And they can't get enough to feed at all. Even if the Sultan wants to compromise with them, it can't be done. That is to say, the strategic focus of the Russian Empire is now in the Far East. Otherwise, if Ferdinand has the courage, he would not dare to seek skin with a tiger. Wei Zheng Ivanlov, Minister of Industry, Commerce and Trade, continued, Grand Duke, judging from the situation in 1895, the growth point of our import and export trade in the next year will still be the Russian Empire. In the global market, except for a few specialty products, other industrial and commercial products are still difficult to achieve breakthroughs. Considering that war may break out in the next 2 years, we have decided to temporarily restrict the export of many agricultural products, and instead, the government will purchase them uniformly as a strategic material reserve. The economic growth rate in the coming year may drop sharply, and some industries may even experience negative growth. At the same time, the government is coordinating major domestic companies, and can execute the war economy at any time if necessary. Due to the previous Basi war, there has been one experience, and the problem should not be big. After thinking about it, Ferdinand asked again, how much has our loan been in place? Your Excellency the Grand Duke, our loans with the major European consortia have basically been in place, and the first batch of loans promised by the French has also been issued. Having said this, the Chancellor of the Exchequer Kennedy paused and said with some embarrassment, but about the 300 million leva of the Navy loan, the French have not allocated all of them to us. Except for the 20 million lev for the construction of the naval port and the 30 million lev for the construction of the dock, the other funds are directly allocated to the naval fleet. Our Ministry of Finance negotiated with them several times, but to no avail. The reason they gave was, in order to ensure that the Navy's military expenditure can be used exclusively, the intermediate links were reduced and allocated directly to the Navy. Ferdinand's face changed, and he recovered quickly, knowing that it was France and Russia who joined forces to deceive Bulgaria, but people are under the roof and have to bow their heads. He said coldly, forget it, this money is not so easy to take, it's already in someone else's pocket, and if you want to take it out again, it's not that easy. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs protested to the French and Russians, even if we suffer a loss, we must take it out of the blue. Prime Minister Constantine said worriedly, Grand Duke, now the military expenditure is directly allocated to the Navy, which is not good for us. Originally, I had no binding force on this Russian fleet, and now my influence is even smaller. After the outbreak of war in the future, I am afraid that it will not be able to be adjusted. Ferdinand sighed and said, there is no need to worry in this regard. The importance of the Black Sea Strait to the Russians is much greater than ours, so don't be afraid that they will not cooperate. After the war, after we gained access to the Mediterranean Sea, the economic value of the Black Sea Strait has been reduced to a minimum. As for the military value, we will consider it when our own navy grows up. It's too early to say this now. Without the Russians, even if we sent the Black Sea Strait over, we would not dare to take over it. At this moment, Ferdinand had to be envious of those seniors who passed through. Others have easily come up with a large navy, overtaking Britain and the United States in 3 years, and beating the world in 5 years. When he came to him, he had tossed for 7 or 8 years. So far, he has overturned Serbia. Don't talk about going all over the world to make things happen. Even one Balkan has not been settled. It's just a loss of face for the transmigrators. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Armenian Uprising. A wave of unresolved waves rises again and again. Just as Bulgaria was preparing for war, the Ottoman Empire made another big news. The Armenians were against it. Of course, the Armenians rebelled, and it was not a matter of a day or two, but this time it was different. They succeeded in their uprising. This is Ferdinand's plot. In order to cause trouble for the Ottoman Empire, he also specially allocated money to set up a special operations command a few years ago. The rising star in the intelligence department, Morka Waldo, is responsible for leading the intelligence work of the Ottoman Empire. There is only one task, and that is to cause trouble to the Sudanese government. Whether it is provoking government infighting, supporting revolutionary parties, or creating ethnic conflicts, or religious conflicts, you can, even if it is to spread rumors. It is okay to create something out of nothing. Unexpectedly, Morka Waldo, who just took office, did not live up to Ferdinand's expectations and made a big news. Since 1893, in order to alleviate the domestic economic crisis, the Sudanese government has intensified the oppression of ethnic minorities. Ethnic conflicts intensified, among which Armenians danced the most and began to fight for independence. In 1894, in order to suppress the Armenian independence movement, a bloody massacre was carried out, but this time and space, due to Ferdinand's intervention, has become different. Bulgaria's steady stream of arms was sent to the Armenians. In the face of the brutal repression by the Sudanese government, the Armenians took up arms and rose up to resist, a premeditated massacre that turned into a civil war. Of course, the civilians can't fight against the regular army, and even if the Armenians rise up to resist, it is only in exchange for the intensified suppression by the Sudanese government. Historically, it was not until June 1896 that Armenia launched a large-scale uprising in Constantinople. This time and space was advanced to February 1896, and the scale was much larger. The uprising also won the support of other minorities such as Greeks and Jews. Going back in time, on January 24, 1896, the Armenian Dilenj owed a usury loan to the Turkish aristocrat Gazd, which he could not repay under the rolling interest. But Mr. Gazd is not easy to mess with. In his anger, he took someone to collect the debt. He wanted to take Dilenj's daughter to pay off the debt. The two sides clashed. Gazd's men beat Dilenj to death and took his daughter away. Before leaving, to vent their anger, they set a fire and burned down their house. The problem lies in this fire. Grand lives in a slum, a gathering place for Armenians. It is said that the house is actually a shack, and there are also piles of firewood, which are very easy to burn. If it's normal, it's fine. The surrounding residents will come to put out the fire, and it can be put out soon, and at most, it will burn a few hapless people nearby. But this time it was an exception. The Bulgarian intelligence agent Viktor Georgiev, who successfully infiltrated the Armenian resistance group, was on the scene. He knew that the actions of the Turkish nobleman Gazd had angered the Armenians, but after a long period of oppression, these ordinary people had become as numb as corpses and dared not stand up. So he made a decisive decision, seized the opportunity, shot Gazd who was about to leave, hit his chest, and left quickly. When things went badly, the nobleman was shot, and of course the common people ran away. Who cares about putting out the fire? Once it is implicated, the Ottoman government, no matter how much, they will all lose their heads, not to mention Gazd's subordinates, who has the energy to put out the fire. Then, the fire grew bigger and bigger, spreading rapidly around. This year, there is no professional fire brigade. By the time the government officials arrived, the fire had already spread. Fortunately, most of the buildings in Constantinople were made of stone, and they stopped after burning down the slums. If it is placed in Japan, where wooden buildings are the mainstay, a city might be finished. Even so, the fire still killed dozens of people, injured hundreds, and left tens of thousands of people homeless. In addition to Armenians, it also includes some Greeks, Bulgarians, Jews and other ethnic minorities. Viktor Keith Georgiev, who had already infiltrated the Armenian army, immediately reported the atrocities of the Turks to the resistance organization. When he got the news, the angry Armenian revolutionaries immediately organized a demonstration. Asked the Sudanese government to punish the murderer and compensate the people for their losses. Obviously, the reasonable demands of the Armenians were not accepted, but instead ushered in the suppression of the military and police. Under the pressure of survival, these tens of thousands of people were united by Viktor Keith in the name of a resistance organization, and Morka, who received the news, made a decisive decision and provided him with support. 2,000 rifles and more than 100,000 rounds of ammunition were delivered to the Armenian resistance organization. Under the instigation of Viktor Keith, everyone unanimously decided to revolt. Of course, it is not enough to not rebel. The belongings of these tens of thousands of refugees have been destroyed by the fire. What to eat next meal is a problem. A vigorous uprising broke out. Because of Viktor Keith's good performance, the key is to get weapons, so it is logical to become one of the leaders of the rebel army. Compared with others, Viktor Keith has received professional training anyway, and has also participated in the Serbian uprising, so he has rich experience in rebellion. With his rich experience, he took the lead in conquering the police station, robbed the arsenal, and quickly expanded the team. Whether it was Armenians, Greeks, Bulgarians or Jews, they were all open to all. Then, with this snowball-like growth, he continued to loot in Constantinople. After capturing the Ottoman Bank building, he moved the treasury and blew up the building directly. Anyway, his task is only to destroy. As for the history of Armenians occupying the bank building and negotiating with the Ottoman Empire, it naturally does not exist. Why is Constantinople also one of the capitals of the Ottoman Empire, and there are still a lot of garrison troops? Viktor Keith knows very well that this group of rebel insurgents cannot defeat the regular army. After the insurgent army captured the government building, it was already the 8th day of the uprising, and the Ottoman Empire had responded no matter how slow it was. After Viktor Keith burned the materials, he decisively handed over the building to the provisional government established by the resistance organization, under the pretext of arranging street fighting. In fact, he was ready to run away. As for the composition of the army, I'm sorry that these are not the issues that Viktor Keith considers. In order to expand the revolutionary opposition, these are all subsections. As long as the vote is submitted, everyone will be their own. So the Turks in Constantinople came to Damu. There is no doubt that the name submission was the best leader of the Turkish noblemen. His move was quickly imitated by the insurgent army. There is revenge for revenge, there is grudge and complaint. The entire Constantinople has been in chaos, and the provisional government established by the Armenians is simply unable to control the situation. Rape and kidnapping is happening in this city. Chapter 184, The Rise of Viktor Keith. It is easy to raise the butcher's knife, but difficult to put down the butcher's knife. Gradually, the uprising army has become red-eyed. In addition to the Turkish nobles, ordinary Turks have also entered their eyes and become new prey. In order to continue to expand the revolutionary team, Viktor Keith came up with another bad idea and learned the excellent method of fighting the team. Of course, he didn't know how this method came about, but Ferdinand accidentally mentioned it once during spy training, and then it became a textbook. Viktor Keith is now learning and applying it. Coercing other ethnic minorities to join. Of course, the way is to accept the vote, whether it is killing Turks or raping Turkish girls. It is a good way. Whether you like it or not, as long as you set foot on the pirate ship, don't think about it. With the feces and urine of the Sudanese government, will these soldiers be spared? Don't have to dream, your hands are already stained with Turk blood. and you can't wash them clean. When the interim government was ready to negotiate with the Sudanese government through the embassies of the foreign powers, it suddenly found that it was too late, and the hatred between the two sides could not be solved. There are at least tens of thousands of Turks in Constantinople who have fallen under the slaughtering knives of the rebel army. In that case, let's go all the way to the dark. Anyway, the strength of the uprising army is not weak now. The number of old, weak, sick and disabled has reached more than 200,000, or more than 300,000, who knows. Anyway, I can't count it now. The slow-moving Ottoman army is finally here. It is a pity that Constantinople, this is a fortress-style city, easy to defend and difficult to attack. For the victory of the Armenian uprising, in order to increase the time for the provisional government in the city, Victor Keith took over the important task of defending the city. Of course, this is just a flicker of the resistance organization. His main purpose is to delay the Ottoman Empire's counterinsurgency time. Every day of delay, thousands of people in Constantinople will disappear. At the same time, taking advantage of the opportunity of defending the city, Victor Keith successfully obtained most of the army and became the biggest real power faction in the resistance organization. Of course, these problems were covered up by the war. The Armenian resistance organization is working hard for national independence. Is it too late to welcome a rare military talent like Victor Keith? Oh, the premise is that the Ottoman Empire is too strong for them. If the uprising is suppressed, they will either move their heads or go to hell. What is the use of fighting for power now? At the beginning of the war, Victor Keith used the fortress cannon on the city wall to give the Ottoman army a blow. Then the bloody siege began. The Turks never dreamed that the fortress they built would become the burial place of their own army. Historically, the Great Uprising of Constantinople launched by the Armenians lasted for more than 2 months before it ended. This time and space is completely different. From the uprising in February, it lasted until May, and most of Constantinople was still controlled by the insurgent army. Abdulhamid II, in a very bad mood right now. The damn Armenians rebelled again, and in Constantinople. He scolded angrily, "Idiots. They are all a bunch of idiots. An army of hundreds of thousands can't destroy a small rebellion, and they still have the face to ask me for reinforcements." How many Armenians were there in Constantinople? Even if they all rebelled, they would only be a crowd of hundreds of thousands. Originally, the Sudanese government had plans to increase its troops in Europe. Now there is no need to hesitate, and quickly deploy troops to suppress the rebellion. Constantinople is not only one of the capitals of the Ottoman Empire, but also the most developed city in the Ottoman Empire, with a population of millions. It can be said that every day it drags on, the losses to the Ottoman Empire are immeasurable. Obviously, the Sudanese government does not know the massacre that broke out in the city. Or rather, the officials of the Ottoman Empire already knew. It was deliberately concealed. It is a common problem for bureaucrats to announce good news but not bad news, let alone the decaying Ottoman Empire. The Armenian uprising in Constantinople always had to be held accountable, but the Ottoman Empire was a world dominated by aristocrats. After the Armenian uprising broke out, the high-ranking officials in the city first sent the city guards to suppress it. Unfortunately, these bright-looking old soldiers were only young who were defeated by the enemy. Then the nobles were frightened, and they left the city and ran away. Otherwise, if someone organized resistance inside and a counterinsurgent army attacked the city, the rebel army would occupy Constantinople, which would be nothing short of a dream. But no if, otherwise the Armenian uprising in history would not have successfully lasted for more than 2 months in Constantinople. Sultan, who received news of the rebellion, yelled angrily. When the Sultan was almost done venting, the Prime Minister persuaded, "Stop your anger, the most urgent task is to send troops to quell the rebellion. Once the foreign powers intervene, it is not so easy to solve. And the Balkan countries are on the move again. If we can't solve the Armenian rebellion in a short period of time, it is very likely to give the enemy a wrong signal, and then rush to it in a swarm. It will be trouble." Abdulhamid II, who was already enraged, became even more angry when he heard the Prime Minister's words, but he still suppressed his anger and said, Minister of War, send me troops to suppress it immediately. Wasn't it planned to send more troops to Europe earlier? Immediately execute it now. Transfer 100,000 troops to me. First go and exterminate this group of chaotic Armenians, and then talk about it. As for the Asia Minor region, we must not let our guard down. Don't give the Armenians any more opportunities. As soon as any changes occur, they will be extinguished immediately. I would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let go of a rebel. Even though he was very angry, Abdülhamid too did not lose his mind, knowing that the army in the Balkans could not move. Knowing that after the Armenian uprising, Ferdinand was able to sit still, and some people began to sit still. The Russian ambassador to Bulgaria, Count Paul, is lobbying the Bulgarian government to send troops to Constantinople. It is a pity that the Bulgarian government has a much bigger appetite, knowing that it is not ready yet. If the war is launched in advance, many of the previously formulated strategic goals may be difficult to achieve, and decisively rejected the Russian proposal. Also unable to sit still are the Greeks and Montenegro. The army has been expanded, but their finances cannot bear it. The government owed too much foreign debt before, and now I want to borrow it, but I can't get a mortgage. Launching a war immediately is undoubtedly a good way for them to get out of the crisis. In order to appease the countries, Ferdinand personally sent a telegram to Nicholas II, saying that the Bulgarian army was not ready unless the Russian Empire could first cut off the Turks from Eurasia, or the Russians themselves go to the war, otherwise Bulgaria will not be able to start a war now. Send electricity to Georgia, and propose, it is recommended that the Greek government exert its influence, encourage the Greeks in the Ottoman Empire to rebel, and contain the forces of the Ottoman Empire. And also said, Bulgaria is already doing it. The Armenian uprising is the weapon provided by Bulgaria, and the effect is great. For the future kingdom of Montenegro, Ferdinand did not have such patience, and asked Nicholas I directly, how was the training of the army? If Montenegro, ready, can start the war in advance, Bulgaria will definitely abide by the covenant and enter the war within 3 months. With Bulgaria's resolute attitude, the Greeks felt they could go it alone and the losses could be huge. George I suppressed the plan to do it, and was very interested in Ferdinand's proposal, and began to fan the flames in the Ottoman Empire. Chapter 185, The End of the Uprising. Never overestimate the integrity of politicians. Perhaps seeing the Armenians doing a good job, or perhaps to increase the odds, the Greeks acted. It was money and weapons to incite the Greeks of the Ottoman Empire to launch an uprising in Asia Minor. The incompetence of the Sudanese government stimulated the ambitions of George I. Even a single Armenian problem can't be solved. Now even Constantinople is undergoing a revolution. It seems that the Ottomans are really in decline. Similarly, he is now very dissatisfied with Bulgaria as an ally. If it were not for the fear of being benefited by the fishermen, George I would have been ready to go it alone. Or it could be said that there are people in Greece who can't help but want to do it. As a king, it is very troublesome to suppress activists. Instigating an uprising in the peninsula of Asia Minor was one of his methods of shifting contradictions. In order to suppress the Armenian uprising, the Sudanese government also transferred troops from Asia Minor, which also gave the Greeks hope. You must know that at the end of the 19th century, the Greeks were the second largest ethnic group in the Ottoman Empire, with a large population, far beyond the Armenians. Once they launched an uprising in the peninsula of Asia Minor, the Greek government could immediately use the navy to provide them with support, or even send troops to intervene directly. In theory, as long as the insurgent army can break out the fighting strength of the Armenians, millions of Greeks revolt, and the tens of thousands of Turkish troops in Asia Minor are simply powerless to suppress. If the Greek government declares war on the Ottoman Empire again, sends troops to the Asia Minor peninsula, and cooperates with the insurgent army, it might be able to swallow this piece of fat in one bite. No matter how bad it is, Greece can also get a piece of the pie in Asia Minor. As for whether the Sudanese government will send reinforcements, you can rest assured. There will be reinforcements, but there will never be too many. The 200,000 troops in the Balkans did not dare to move at all. If the Ottoman army moved, Could Bulgaria and Montenegro sit there? Take advantage of the fire in minutes. And unless they go through the Sea of Marmara, the Greek navy will not let them go. Now the main navy of the Ottoman Empire is restrained by the existence navy of Bulgaria, and they dare not leave the Bosphorus for a moment straight. Even if the strong men of the Sudanese government break their wrists, abandon the Balkans, and go to the Sea of Marmara, with the organizational capabilities of the Sudanese government, they will not be able to fight at all within a few months. Not to mention the Constantinople area. The Armenian rebels are still there. Withdrawing troops now means giving up Constantinople, which the Russians covet. It is possible for the Sudanese government to give up the rest of the Balkans, but it is totally unacceptable to give up Constantinople, especially in the hands of the Russians. This is equivalent to sending the Black Sea straight out for nothing. And the suppression of the rebellion must be fast. If the time drags on for a long time, the rebels will hook up with the Russians and directly give the fortress city to the Russians. The Sudanese government will not have time to cry. Without this golden waterway, the Ottoman Empire is not far from collapse! Ferdinand doesn't care about the Greeks' wishful thinking. Now the main army of the Ottoman Empire is basically gathered in the Balkans, so he can't help but worry. Now with the Armenian insurgents, Bulgaria will not feel the pressure, once the rebellion subsides. If these 400,000 to 500,000 troops are still in the Balkans, it will be very annoying. Constantinople, which is defended by at least hundreds of thousands of troops, is not easy to conquer, or it will become a war of attrition. Now that the Ottoman Empire has blocked the Bosphorus, and the Armenians have been surrounded by Constantinople, Ferdinand couldn't do it even if he wanted to support them. Sitting in a lonely city, it is a fact that the uprising will be extinguished sooner or later. Ferdinand didn't know how much damage this uprising brought to the Ottoman Empire. Otherwise, you won't be so worried. Especially under the command of the professional Victor Keith, the rebel army is fighting with the Ottoman government army, and the two sides have reached the point of endless death. By May, the outer city walls had all fallen, because the insurgents had run out of shells. Without artillery, it is naturally impossible to stop the enemy's attack. The weakness of the rabble has now been exposed, the blind expansion of the revolution against the army, and now the Armenian provisional government is unable to command the army. If it was okay before, and the Ottoman army did not come in, everyone still has hope of victory, and they can work together to fight. But with the fall of the outer defense line, everyone's confidence in holding Constantinople has disappeared. The key is that the intervention of the foreign powers that the interim government has been expecting has passed for more than 3 months, and there is no shadow. There is wine today, drunk today, worry tomorrow to worry tomorrow. Military discipline is all about floating clouds, and military orders are also selectively enforced. It all depends on the mood. This is the status quo of the rebel army. Even Victor Keith, the nominal defense commander, is powerless to other troops except for the thousands of direct descendants under his command. After all, he never had any illusions about the rebel army. After the defense zone is directly delineated, let it go and do whatever you want. Anyway, they all got on the pirate ship and can't get off. The Turks are here, and in order to survive, we have to fight with them. The city is full of corpses. If the Turks don't know what's going on, they'll be blind. The brutality of the insurgents angered the Turks. Just kidding. When will the humble untouchables slaughter the nobles? The commander-in-chief of the counter-rebel army, Wolf Pasha, directly ordered the blood debt to be paid in blood. The two sides have no room for relaxation anymore, and the Turks, who are bent on revenge, have already been killed. Oh, they can't help but kill them. With so many nobles dead, whoever dares to let go of the rebels, their family, friends will not give up. Both sides were forced to the corner. Even if the rebel army was a rabble, it still caused a lot of losses to the Ottoman army. Time passed by in a hurry, and it entered June in a flash. The anti-insurgency army did not live up to the expectations of the Sultan, and had already won most of Constantinople. The rebel army was compressed to a few, and the uprising was about to be extinguished. But the commander-in-chief Wolf Pasha was not happy. and the heavy casualties were only one aspect. He is a military commander. Except for the loss of soldiers, other losses have little to do with him. Since ancient times, wars have often been accompanied by great epidemics, and this time is no exception. Now that it is summer, the city is filled with the rotten smell of corpses, and the plague has broken out. In the face of the plague, Wolf Pasha couldn't help but worry. He immediately decided to withdraw from Constantinople, but the epidemic had already begun to spread in the army. Fortunately, this plague, as in history, did not spread much, and Wolf Pasha blocked Constantinople again, and did not spread in the Ottoman Empire. The arrival of the plague created an opportunity for Victor Keith to run away. Now that both sides are exhausted, Victor Keith easily persuaded the real power in the rebel army to fight for his life. 10,000 words omitted after all. After the outbreak of the plague, people died of illness every day, and the mental pressure on people was enormous. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to fight with the Turks and make a way out. On July 8, 1896, the Armenian uprising that lasted more than 4 months ended in failure. The remaining more than 100,000 uprising troops launched to break through. But the rabble is the rabble, and there was no accidental failure to break through the siege, and the insurgent army was almost wiped out. Chapter 186. Wolf Smoke for Ottomans. Although the uprising in Constantinople was extinguished by the Sudanese government, the sequelae could not be eliminated. This prosperous international metropolis in the past is now almost like a ghost town. Hundreds of thousands of people buried their bones here, and it took more than a month to clean up the bodies. The people who were lucky enough to escape also immediately fled this ominous place. According to the official statistics of the Ottoman Empire after the war, the turmoil caused more than 500,000 deaths, including the loss of more than 30,000 soldiers who participated in the counterinsurgency. The economic losses are even more incalculable. Ferdinand didn't know what mood the Turks were in now, but he was in a good mood anyway. Although the uprising in Constantinople was extinguished, its impact was far-reaching. Compared with history, both the influence and the destructive power are much greater. The foundations of the Ottoman Empire's rule have been shaken, and revolutionary organizations everywhere have begun to flourish. Greeks, Macedonians, Bulgarians, Serbs, Negroes and other ethnic groups could not bear it any longer, and joined the ranks of opposing the Sudanese government one after another. With the covert support of Bulgaria and Greece, the Ottoman Empire began to flow from the Balkans to the Anatolian plateau. The Albanians could not stand the long-standing repressive demands of the Sudanese government and were affected by the Constantinople uprising. With the secret support of Bulgaria, the Albanian Revolutionary Party planned a peasant uprising on July 14, 1895, and once broke during diarsis. It is a pity that the insurgent army was temporary patchwork, and lacked a strong organization. They did not belong to each other and fought independently. The uprising broke out on July 14 and was extinguished by the Ottoman army on July 27. It only lasted for a short 13 days. After the uprising, the Ottoman government carried out a white terror rule in Albania, and all organizations and individuals who supported or sympathized with the Revolutionary Party were persecuted. For a time, the Albanian Revolutionary Party was wiped out. Well, the Albanian Revolutionary Party of this era is not quite a political party. It is composed of only a few hot-blooded young people, and it was established under the influence of Bulgaria. A grassroots team, without any preparation, under the instigation of Bulgarian intelligence personnel and after providing support with 1,000 rifles, hurriedly launched an uprising. Failure is inevitable. On August 6, the Greeks launched an uprising on the Aegean coast of Asia Minor. The original plan was to launch an uprising on August 18. At that time, the Greek navy would send a batch of supplies to support it. Unfortunately, it was betrayed by the traitors and forced to launch it ahead of schedule. Due to the advance of the uprising, there was no time to receive the support of the Greek government, and the uprising was extinguished in just 3 days. Ferdinand knew that the Ottoman Empire had been operating in Asia Minor for hundreds of years, and most of the local Greeks were used to being ruled, and the revolutionary enthusiasm was not so high. This is not the end. On August 15, 1896, another uprising broke out in the Macedonia region where the Ottoman Empire was heavily armed. This uprising can be divided into two stages. First, the bourgeois revolution broke out in West Macedonia on August 15, and the insurgent army once broke through Kosani. However, due to insufficient preparation in advance and the strong military strength of the Ottoman Empire in Macedonia, the uprising soon fell into a low ebb. The weakness of the bourgeoisie was exposed, and in the face of the brutal repression of the Ottoman Empire, after the uprising reached a low ebb, the revolutionary leaders ran away decisively. After losing its leader, the rebel army began to split. But this is just the beginning. On August 24, an uprising broke out again in the Kumanovo region of Macedonia. Due to Ferdinand's intervention, the Kumanovos did not attack the heavily armed Skopje, but turned to the Kosovo area. Well, actually forced out. The Ottoman Empire has more than 100,000 troops stationed in Macedonia, and its headquarters is in Skopje, only 20 kilometers away from Kumanovo. If you don't run, you're done. In this run, a band of rogues came out, except for the armed support from Bulgaria at the beginning of the uprising. At other times, the uprising army could only try to find a way by itself. If you don't have guns, grab it. No food, no supplies, still rob. No soldiers, still grab, grab, grab! The uprising army successfully carried forward the essence of the word grab, and the price paid is that the uprising army has successfully transformed from a revolutionary army to a rogue. In the later stage of the uprising has deteriorated, and all the way to scourge all the way, and the place where you pass is starving. In order to strengthen the team, under the training of Bulgarian instructors, the rebels fully learned the essence of Lizang and Zhong's peasant uprising. Holding high the banner of fighting local tyrants to divide the land, and constantly coercing ordinary people to participate along the way. As for unwillingness, it is simple: take the people to attack the manner of the Turkish nobles, and then give full play to the spirit of Sangyuang, and then let go of a few messengers. Of course, if you believe in the noble morals of the nobles and are not afraid of revenge, the rebels will not force it, and if you want to stay, just stay. If it's just the rebel army, then it's nothing. With the Ottoman army chasing it, it won't harm many people. The bandits are like a comb, and the soldiers are like a grate. This is not the patent of the Eastern dynasty, it is also applicable in the West, and the Ottoman Empire is one of the best. They dare not move the manner of the nobles, but they are not so polite to ordinary people. Stealing things is polite. Adultery and looting, killing good people and taking advantage of them are all familiar. Of course, we can't completely blame the army for not abiding by military discipline. It's all because the logistics of the Ottoman Empire is too scumbag, or the efficiency is too low. If you wait for the officials to deliver the supplies, it is estimated that the dailies will be cold. At the beginning, the two sides were still working with real guns and live ammunition. In the later stage, the soldiers of the Ottoman Empire didn't care anymore. They wished they could hold off a little longer so they could continue to fish all the way, from Kumanovo to Kosovo, from Kosovo to Albania, and then back to Macedonia. The two sides formed a tacit understanding. The insurgent army ran in front, and the Ottoman army chased after them. From time to time, they fought a battle. The rebels could not win and had to run away. The Ottoman Empire's army is not willing to fight. Compared with the usual deductions from the nobles, it is a rare opportunity to go out to fight now. Military discipline go to hell. No matter what you do, you can put the blame on the rebels in front and kick the actual benefits into your pockets. The fly in the ointment is that you have to fight. In the minds of ordinary soldiers or basic officers, it would be great if they could not fight and loot unscrupulously. In contrast, the life of the top leaders of the Ottoman army was not easy. Although the people below also gave them a sum of money according to the rules, and the income was good, but the domestic pressure was getting bigger and bigger. More than 2 months later, the commander-in-chief Kelt finally couldn't stand it anymore, although he knew that everyone under his command wanted to take the opportunity to make a fortune. and it was not in their interest to kill the enemy now. But take the lesser of both worlds. Offending the people below will only result in scolding. If you disobey the Sultan's order, your future will be worrisome. Self-respect of thieves also has to be divided into targets. At least this group of rabble in front of them is not qualified. Celtic knows that any commander can win the war. Don't dare to procrastinate any longer, and strictly order all troops to attack with all their strength. Level by level, the Ottoman army is serious. Despite their lack of training and low morale, there is still no pressure to deal with a mob like the rebel army. As soon as the Ottoman army made a move, the insurgents could not stand it. Even though this team has now expanded to tens of thousands of people, in the face of a smaller number of regular troops, they are still beaten to pieces. In order to preserve the revolutionary forces, on the advice of Bulgarian intelligence officers, the rebels scattered and fled. The uprising was suppressed, but the Macedonian region was even more chaotic. Falling Grass is a bandit. Occupying a mountain as a king is the best choice for the defeated soldiers. It is easy to suppress the uprising, but it is difficult to destroy the bandits. Until the Ottoman Empire completely lost the Balkans, it was not able to exterminate the bandits who bloomed everywhere. In the future, after Bulgaria occupied the Macedonia region, it also launched a 2-year campaign to suppress the bandits, and the place was completely cleared. Ferdinand was lifting a stone and smashing his own foot. Chapter 187, The Ottoman Empire in the Misty Wind and Rain. Europe is unstable, and Asia and Africa are not peaceful either. First, in the Gulf of Aqaba, Jordan region, there was turmoil, then there was rioting in Shuya, then there was rebellion in Malatia. All in all, 1896 was a rough year for the Ottoman Empire. This old empire, after entering the 19th century, became more and more powerless. The continuous uprisings made the Sudanese government exhausted and finally suppressed it, but the Ottoman Empire also paid a heavy price. In order to suppress the uprising, the Ottoman Empire lost a total of more than 43,000 soldiers in 1896, and the pension alone is not a small expense. The most important thing is the destruction of the local area. Basically, in the areas where the uprising broke out, in the next few years, the Ottoman Empire will not be able to get any benefits, but instead requires financial allocations to fill the holes. Moreover, the insurgent army also destroyed the ruling foundation of the Ottoman Empire, and a large number of basic officials were swept away. In order to stabilize the place, the Sudanese government had to station heavy troops in the place. The combination of these series of expenses made the already fragile finances of the Ottoman Empire even worse. In 1896, the Ottoman Empire's fiscal deficit was as high as 16.5 million lira, about 15 million pounds. 1 lira equals 6.651519 grams of gold, which can be said to be on the verge of bankruptcy. Fortunately, the Ottoman Empire has a great business and its heritage still exists. It finally survived, and it moved forward in 1897. The Sudanese government may have sensed that the crisis was approaching them, and the reformists began to grow. In fact, the reform of the Ottoman Empire has a long history. It started as early as 100 years ago. It is embodied in the military and has established a modern army. No matter how good the system is, it also needs people to implement it, in order to cultivate enough new-style talents. The secular education reform began in the Tanzimat era, and the real education reform began in the period of Abdulhamid II, 1876 to 1909. During this period, the Sudanese government vigorously developed higher education and improved the size of the university. In 1900, Istanbul University was reorganized, which was the first modern university in the Middle East. Institutions of higher learning adopt Western-style education, and the curriculum includes history, mathematics and foreign languages. Secularization is the characteristic of higher education in this period. During this period, a whole set of modern education system was established, including secular elementary and secondary schools, normal schools and vocational schools. Establishment of new schools has had a positive impact on education, updating traditional teaching content. In addition to traditional teaching content, These schools begin to teach history, geography and hygiene at the primary level, and add mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, civics, Turkish, French and Persian at the secondary level. The modern teaching of schools has greatly promoted the development of secular education. During this period, the European powers not only set up businesses in Ottoman Turkey, but also established schools. The establishment of European-style school education promoted the spread of Western culture. The education reform promoted the secularization of the judiciary and education, removed from the cabinet the interpreter of the supreme law of the Islamic religion, activated the secular control of the Sharia courts by the Ministry of Justice, brought religious schools under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Education, and established the Ministry of Religious Funds. The number of intellectuals with secular education has greatly increased, and officers and cadets are largely from the urban and rural petty bourgeoisie and lower-rank officials. From among them, numerous civil and military officials have been trained, and a new generation of national democratic revolutionaries has been bred. Emerging secular elites challenged the traditional ulama power structure and weakened traditional religious power. The secularization reform from Tanzimat to the Young Turks is only one step away from the ultimate goal of this process, the separation of church and state and the establishment of a secular state. Ferdinand didn't care about the reform of the Ottoman Empire, an empire that was rotten to its roots from top to bottom. Blind reform is undoubtedly the catalyst to hasten its demise. Obviously, the Ottoman Empire lacks not only reform, but also the lack of execution ability. No matter how good a policy is, if the government's enforcement power is insufficient and cannot be implemented, it may achieve the opposite result. The Ottoman Empire is no exception. Educational reforms did not achieve the goals that the Sudanese government wanted, but instead gave birth to the Turkish Youth Party or the United Progressive Party. Founded in 1894 in Istanbul, the original leader was Ahmet Lisa. In May 1889, students from 4 medical schools in the capital established an anti-authoritarian group, named the Ottoman League, later renamed the League Progress Council, which Europeans called the Young Turk Party. Soon many young students, officers, intellectuals and exiles joined the party. It represented the interests of the bourgeoisie and liberal landowners, advocated maintaining the territorial integrity of the Ottoman Empire, opposed autocracy, and demanded the restoration of the 1876 constitution. At the beginning of 1897, the Turkish al-Shabaab plotted to launch a military coup, but failed due to the leak. The organization of al-Shabaab in the capital was disrupted, many arrested, 13 were sentenced to death and 68 were exiled. This incident set back the strategy of relying on a coup d'état at the top to realize its political propositions. The emergence of the Turkish al-Shabaab has undoubtedly shaken the ruling foundation of the Sudanese government, and a nationwide anti-government group has been established with a clear political program. The appearance of the Turkish al-Shabaab surprised Ferdinand a little, and then he relaxed again. The current Turkish Youth Party is just a toddler in Handon, unable to dominate the huge Ottoman Empire. As long as it doesn't affect Bulgaria's next strategy, Ferdinand is still willing to watch the Sudanese government joke. As for whether the catalyzed reforms of the Sudanese government can succeed, Ferdinand is not optimistic about them. Once any reform touches the interests of the ruling class, it becomes extremely difficult. Even if the Sudanese government can open the hook, there is nothing they can do. First of all, the military reform was resisted by the military, and the Sudanese government did not have a strong execution capability. There are policies and measures to counter. At the time when the Sudanese government was reforming, another major historical event occurred. The Greeks in Crete launched an uprising again. This uprising was different from the past. In February 1897, an uprising broke out in Crete with the support of the Greek government. After the uprising was successful, the insurgents announced that they would leave the Ottoman Empire and join Greece. Well, all the fools know that this is made by the Greek government, rebel army. If you investigate carefully, you will find out, how come there are so many Greek retired soldiers involved? Oh no, there are active ones, mainly to hide their ears and steal the bells, and the Greek government is too lazy to do it. As soon as the insurgents announced their separation from the Ottoman Empire and joined Greece, the Greek government immediately welcomed it. Since then, Crete has become a sacred and inviolable part of the Greek territory. After the Greek government swore sovereignty over Crete, the navy landed directly on Crete, accompanied by 2 regiments of the Greek army, with the aim of clearing the remnants of the Ottoman Empire on Crete. Chapter 188, The Fuse. Historically, the Crete uprising broke out under the background that the Armenian issue had subsided. The powers once again formed a fragile balance in the Near East. The powers hoped that the Near East would remain stable, and the Greek government's move did not gain the support of the powers. But everything is different in this time and space. The Armenian issue is still raging, and the great uprising in Constantinople is not so easy to suppress. In order to attract people's attention, many newspapers have swayed the Sudanese government. The tragedy in Constantinople has become the revenge of the Ottoman Empire after the turmoil. Of course, this is not completely dark. The Sudanese government does have to pay the main responsibility. In terms of public opinion, the Ottoman Empire has always been in a disadvantageous position, and the Sudanese government has been accustomed to being smeared by the Western media, and it is too lazy to even explain it. After all, the two sides have been hostile for hundreds of years, and the explanation is unbelievable. Politically, the Russians' actions caused a strategic misjudgment to the Sudanese government, believing that the Russians were manipulating the Balkan countries to be hostile to them, so they did not release goodwill to the Russian Empire, and the relationship between the two countries was still at a freezing point. The Russian Empire naturally doesn't mind blocking the enemy, and its attitude is obviously inclined to the Greeks. The Austro-Hungarian Empire deliberately took advantage of the fire and annexed the Bosnia and Herzegovina region. How could it now not support the Greeks and instead stand on the side of the Ottoman Empire? Of course, the core issue is that the Austro-Hungarian Empire has reached a compromise with the Russian government. The two sides acquiesced to each other's next move. That is, Austria-Hungary annexed Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the Russians included the Black Sea Strait, including the Bosporus Strait, into their sphere of influence. The attitudes of the Russian Empire and the Austro-Hungarian Empire are the same. In the Balkans, they can basically represent the attitude of the great powers. The strength of other great powers in this region is limited, and the attitude is not so important. The British, who originally wanted to maintain the status quo in history, have also changed their attitude. To gain their support, the Ottoman Empire must recognize the status quo in Egypt. On Crete, the last country to have a say, Italy was ignored this time. There's no way anyone could tell him that he didn't even win Ethiopia, and now everyone doesn't recognize him as a member of the great powers. As for strength, I'm sorry that Italy is really not qualified now. Compared with other great powers, the gap is still huge. There was no support from foreign powers in history, and the Greek government dared to fight with the Ottoman Empire when it was alone. Now, with the support of foreign powers, what they would do is self-evident. And can the Ottoman Empire compromise? Obviously, no way. If the Sudanese government is going to make concessions to Emir Greece, other powers will not swarm and come to a big partition? Since neither side intends to compromise, then the war is not far away. After knowing the other party's choice, the two sides started a new round of diplomacy in order to win. Obviously, in this round of diplomatic mediation, the Ottoman Empire was at a disadvantage. The Greeks and the Balkan alliance were backing up, but the Ottoman Empire could not find any allies! After the outbreak of the Crete uprising, Ferdinand knew that the war had come. As of now, most of the material reserves planned by the Bulgarian General Staff have been completed. However, the most critical weapons and ammunition reserves are still not fully completed. After all, Bulgaria has only initially completed its industrialization, and its industrial production capacity is limited. The production of weapons is not bad. In 2 years, the arsenal has only completed the production of 500,000 rifles. The production of machine guns is expected to be completed next month, and the production of artillery can also be completed by the end of this month. But ammunition production has run into trouble. As of now, Bulgaria still has only 700 million rounds of ammunition reserves, and more than 2.4 million rounds of various types of artillery shells, including the previous reserves. Even so, since 1896, the arsenal has exerted its production capacity to its limit. 3 shifts started, except for the essential mechanical maintenance, the rest of the time was running at high speed. During the period, the arsenal has also increased production lines several times. Even so, it is still unable to complete the established goal. After all, military production is technical work. Due to the lack of sufficient engineers and skilled workers, the production capacity has not been able to surge. Of course, this is also what Ferdinand expected. In fact, the production capacity of the Bulgarian arsenal is already very high. From the perspective of production capacity, it surpassed any arsenal in the world during the same period. Of course, this is based on the premise that the arsenals of the great powers did not explode in full force. Even so, the Bulgarian arsenal was one of the largest arsenals in the world at the end of the 19th century. In terms of the strength of the army's military industry alone, Bulgaria is already among the top 10 in the world, and its production capacity has surpassed that of Italy, making it into the ranks of the great powers. The price is tens of millions of pounds of funds, which were consumed by this gold-swallowing beast. In terms of ammunition, it is still enough for the Ottoman War, and according to the consumption of the Russo-Japanese War in history, there is more than enough. It's just that Ferdinand has always had a shadow. It was the Second Balkan War in history. Bulgaria was besieged by the Balkan countries. Due to the lack of sufficient weapons and ammunition, many of the achievements in the First Balkan War were lost. This is what he indicated, the reason why the staff deliberately crossed the large ammunition consumption. But now, Ferdinand also knew that the Second Balkan War, even if it were to happen, would not be the same as in history. Serbia, the main force, has been eliminated from the game. The Ottoman Empire is much weaker than during the Balkan War, and financially speaking, they cannot bear it. The Greeks are not much better. After this war, does the army exist or not? As for the navy, the presence of the Bulgarian fleet can still be scary. History has changed so much. If Bulgaria is still the same as history, Ferdinand doesn't have to mess with it, just hit him to death with a piece of tofu earlier, save the shame. After taking an inventory, Ferdinand was surprised to find that in this Balkan War, it didn't matter if Bulgaria ate alone. Neither Greece nor Montenegro has the strength to retaliate. A Romanian seems to be singled out, and there is no pressure. After Ferdinand figured it out, the whole person became relaxed. Compared with Ferdinand's ease and comfort, King George I of Greece was anxious. After the Crete incident broke out, although Bulgaria and Montenegro were both showing solidarity with Greece, they did nothing in practice. Now the Greek government has been forced into a corner, and it was forced by its own people. The nationalists in the country are eager to declare war on the Ottoman Empire, as if the Ottoman Empire is a piece of paper, and it will be broken with a poke. But George, I dare not underestimate the Ottoman Empire, and both allies are still watching the show. It wouldn't be great if Greece was fighting to the death at the front and the two allies at the back jumped out to pick peaches at the end. Obviously, both Ferdinand and Nicholas I of Montenegro planned in this way. In the face of national interests, everyone knows how to choose. Chapter 189. George I is in a very unbalanced mood now. He is also doing things in the Ottoman Empire. Bulgaria has done a lot of things without any problems. When it comes to Greece, it will be different. A Cretan uprising will trap Greece. It made him ride a tiger with difficulty. George I asked with a gloomy mood, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, contact Bulgaria and Montenegro and ask them to fulfill the covenant. I want a clear answer from Bulgaria. Do you have any questions? Well, weak countries have no human rights. Montenegro is just incidental. Who told them to have fewer soldiers? The Foreign Secretary said solemnly, no. King George I nodded with satisfaction. Whether Bulgaria will participate in the war or not, this question does not need to be considered at all. It is nothing more than a question of time sooner or later, or a question of how many benefits you want. George I asked again, Prime Minister, how is the preparation in the country? If it is only us, Can we start a war against the Ottoman Empire now? The Prime Minister's face paled slightly, and he said cautiously, I'm afraid this is still difficult, and we are not ready for war. When the Balkan alliance was established before, the Bulgarians requested that the wartime be put in the war reserve that we made after 1900. Also according to this plan, not only us, but Montenegro and Bulgaria have drawn up a set of plans for a war against the Ottomans in 1900. It is estimated that their combat readiness is not much better than ours. Oh, Bulgaria's reserve training, go faster. It started in full swing last year. If the war breaks out now, their mobilization ability should be no problem. Georgia's face changed. This is the biggest bad news. Now not only is Greece not ready for war, but neither are the two allies. After thinking about it, King George I said again, it's not just that we are not ready, right? The Ottoman Empire is not expected to be much better, and there have been many uprisings in the Ottoman Empire in the past 2 or 3 years. I don't believe they are now ready for war. We have a plan anyway, don't we? Start the national mobilization now. How much time will we need to be able to complete it? How many troops can we mobilize at the limit? How long can the strategic material reserve be supported? How long can government finances support the war? The Prime Minister thought for a while and said, theoretically, in the case of nationwide mobilization, we can mobilize 250,000 troops, but due to the lack of professional training, only the current 110,000 troops have combat effectiveness in the short term. The situation of the navy is better. Due to the existence of the Bulgarian fleet, the main navy of the Ottoman Empire was dragged in the Bosphorus Strait, and our pressure is not too great. Strategic materials. This is a bit troublesome. Under the high-intensity combat situation of the 250,000 army, our current reserves can only support at most 2 months. Of course, this problem is not too big. We can still buy from the British, French, and Italians, and it can still be solved. The trouble is money. The government's revenue has always been bad, especially in the past few years after the economic crisis broke out. The government has been in deficit. George I nodded. The strategic reserves are insufficient. That's simple. With the geographical location of Greece, it is completely possible to buy it. Even if the country is embargoed during the war, as long as there is money, the capitalists will always find a way. No money is a headache. Greece has a long history of financial problems. It is normal to have no money, but it is difficult to solve financial problems. And what he is more worried about now is the attitude of Bulgaria. If the Bulgarians are not ready and cannot join the war immediately, then there is no Bulgaria to contain the main force of the Ottoman Empire. Then the pressure on the Greek army will be too great. George I sighed and said, we will decide whether to declare war on the Ottoman Empire after Bulgaria has made a decision. Now for a nationwide mobilization. In addition, the Ministry of Finance has to find a way to raise a war fund. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs first approached the foreign powers to purchase strategic materials. Whether we fight or not fight in the end, we must be ready for war. In fact, just by looking at the preparations of George I, we know that the war is settled, and the power of the main war faction in Greece has taken the lead. Even if they do not fight this time, they will still create other excuses to declare war. The preparations of the Greeks made Ferdinand feel relieved. Regardless of whether George I was willing or not, Greece must be the first bird this time. The Greeks asked Bulgaria to fulfill its obligations as an ally. Ferdinand immediately said that there was no problem, and reassured them that Bulgaria would definitely do what the covenant required. Does this make it difficult for the Greek ambassador to Bulgaria to do it according to the covenant? The war broke out in advance, and Bulgaria joined the war in 3 months. If this is the case, Greece will be taken advantage of. With such a result, how could he make a deal with the country? Then there was another war of words. The Bulgarian government agreed to make concessions. Ferdinand said that if the Greek government could delay the declaration of war to next year, Bulgaria could declare war at the same time. George I was so angry that he kept scolding his mother. Isn't this a joke? Is this something that the Greek government can decide? Even if the Greeks were willing to wait, the Ottoman Empire had to agree. After such a round of bargaining, The Ottoman Empire is also beginning to prepare for war, and the Greek government knows that it can no longer be delayed. Otherwise, it is estimated that the war will break out, and the two sides will still not be able to come to a conclusion. The Greek government gave up its demand for Bulgaria to join the war immediately, and of course Bulgaria could not really wait 3 months to join the war. In the end, the two sides reached a compromise. As soon as the war broke out, Bulgaria must mobilize the whole country to contain the troops of the Ottoman Empire, and within 15 days after the war started, declare war on the Ottoman Empire and launch an attack. At the same time, the Ottoman envoys also arrived in Sofia, demanding that Bulgaria remain neutral in the war, and in return, the Ottoman Empire agreed to cut tariffs on Bulgaria. Well, the price gap between the two sides is too big, and Ferdinand directly left it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to deal with it. Anyway, it is impossible to negotiate the result with the Ottoman Empire. In order to let the Ottoman Empire and Greece enter the urn earlier, Ferdinand also added some materials to the two sides. A very simple operation is to hype public opinion. In this day and age, it is still safe to hype such public opinion, and you don't have to worry about being discovered. Patriotic intellectuals promoted the Greek threat theory in the Ottoman Empire, described Greece as a pawn of the great powers, a pawn for the great powers to carve up the great Ottoman Empire. Ask the Ottoman government to destroy the evil Greek government to deter the covetous powers. If a compromise is made to Greece, it will trigger a frenzy of division among the powers, and the Ottoman Empire will be finished. All in all, Greece is evil and must be eliminated. Whoever dares to be reconciled is a traitor. The slogan "God punishes the traitor" has been shouted out. As soon as these theories were put forward, they were widely recognized by all walks of life in the Ottoman Empire. These contents already existed, but they were not as serious as what was said in the newspapers. Since it exists, it is easy to find evidence. The Bulgarian intelligence officers who led a wave of public opinion have also become patriotic intellectuals of the Ottoman Empire. The propaganda in Greece is similar, just with a different version. The Crete uprising planned by the Greek government was described as a national liberation movement in Greece. And advocated that the liberation of all Greeks enslaved by the Ottoman Empire is the greatest sacred mission of contemporary Greek youth. Well, this slogan caters very well to the hot-blooded young people in Greece, and it is also in line with the interests of the main war faction, so politicians soon took advantage of it, and the opposition party has regarded it as a campaign slogan. Ferdinand let the people of the 19th century understand what is meant by coercion of people's righteousness. Of course, in this era, no one really sees it. Even if it is seen that it is unfavorable to the government, they all think it is the heartfelt cry of patriotic youth. Patriotism is innocent! When countless young students took to the streets and asked the government to defend the country's sovereignty, it was too late. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, The Outbreak of War, 2-in-1. The war between the Ottoman Empire and Greece is now unstoppable. Conflicts of interest, ethnic conflicts, and public opinion orientation, these series of factors have pushed the two countries to the abyss of war. Ferdinand can swear in the name of God that this war is definitely not his fault. At this time in history, didn't the Ottoman Empire and Greece still fight? The establishment of the Balkan alliance undoubtedly gave the Greeks another boost of confidence. In history, Prince George personally brought an army of 1,500 people to support the Cretan uprising. In the face of the collective opposition of the foreign powers, the Greek government, which was not fully prepared, still launched a war against the Ottoman Empire. Compared with the international environment at that time, for the Greeks, the situation is much better now. Although the attitudes of the powers are different now, they still have the support of the Russians, the British and the Austro-Hungarian Empire in diplomacy. At the same time, there are two allies in the Balkans, Bulgaria and Montenegro, no matter how you look at the odds of winning much bigger. In history, because neither side was ready for war, they fought a bad war, but the Greeks were still worse, making this war a laughingstock in the history of modern warfare. And Greece thought the Greeks took the initiative to provoke the war, but because the army was too wasteful, they were defeated in a mess. From the declaration of war to the signing of the peace treaty, it took only 30 days to get it done. What's even more funny is that during these 30 days, less time was really spent on wars, and more than half of the time was spent on negotiating and wrangling. This is the funny 30 Days War. The Greeks used practical actions to tell the world what it means to be self-sufficient. This time and space is no exception. On April 15, the Greek government issued an ultimatum to the Ottoman Empire, asking the Ottoman Empire to recognize Greece's annexation of Crete, apologize to the Greek people for the former colonial rule, and compensate the economic loss of £30 million. At this moment, everyone knows that war is coming. The Greeks have no sincerity to negotiate at all, and their previous actions were nothing more than delaying time. In the early morning of April 17, the Greek government officially submitted the war book to the Ottoman Empire. The Sudanese government was very efficient, and at noon, it also submitted the war book to the Greek government. The Greek-Turkish War officially broke out. Slightly different from history, the Greeks on this plane were more prepared. Before the outbreak of the war, the Greek government had completed nationwide mobilization, mobilizing more than 240,000 troops. On the same day, the Greek army began to attack the Macedonia region, which opened the curtain of the Balkan War. After receiving this news, Ferdinand finally let go of his dangling heart. History has turned an inflection point at this moment. Where the future will go, everything has become confusing. Ferdinand, who has nothing to do, is busy making villains in the palace. He has been married for more than 3 years and has no children. He can't help worrying about this. You must know that Princess Xenia in history, but the mother of 7 children, has absolutely no problem in this regard. Ferdinand in history also had several children, and he has never used contraception. It makes no sense that he has not had children for more than 3 years. When Ferdinand was thinking about it, George I of Greece on the other side was not feeling well. At the beginning of the war, the performance of the Greek army could not be said to be outstanding, but it could also be regarded as quite satisfactory. In the strategy of the Ottoman Empire in the Balkans, the focus of defense is on Bulgaria and Serbia. Geographically, the Serbs threatened Kosovo and Albania, and the Bulgarians threatened Macedonia and Istanbul. Now everything has changed. Bulgaria's military strength is still the strongest among the Balkan countries, but after the Bulgarian war ended, the Serbian threat no longer existed. Therefore, the main enemy, the Ottoman Empire, is now guarding against his Bulgaria. The main force is also concentrated on this territory. Montenegro was too small to enter the eyes of the Ottoman Empire at all. While Greece invested a lot of resources in the navy, the Ottoman Empire ignored the threat of the Greek army. At the beginning of the war, the Ottoman Empire was not ready for war, and there were not many troops deployed on the Greek front. On the borderline of 700 or 800 kilometers, the Ottoman army has only more than 30,000 troops stationed. There is no doubt that if the 30,000 defenders are concentrated, they will still have some fighting power, but if they are distributed on the boundary line of 700 or 800 kilometers, there will be loopholes everywhere. In fact, given the degree of decay of the Ottoman Empire, it is conceivable that the nominal 30,000 defenders can guarantee half of the full amount. The result is self-evident. The Ottoman army on the Greek front has fallen, and the defense line in Thessaly has been broken in a single barrel. The Greek army should have been singing forward. However, the poor logistics system of the Greek army was exposed. Due to the logistical drag, the Greek army did not seize the city of Trichala for the first time. Of course, the waste of time is not too long, at most 1 day. It's a pity that time is often a race against time on the battlefield, and 1 day is enough to change the whole battle situation. From the outbreak of the war to the present, the Sudanese government has responded, and reinforcements from Macedonia are coming. Trichala city, where the Ottoman Empire originally deployed the strength of 2 regiments, plus the troops retreating from the front line, theoretically already has the strength of 1 division. Of course, the actual strength must be at least half. Trikala city is located on the east side of the Pindus Mountains. It goes westward through the Metsefan defile and can reach Alta on the west side of the mountain. Due to its unique geographical location, the Ottoman Empire could not continue to retreat, so it decided to hold on. This decision changed the direction of the Greek-Turkish War. The high morale of the Greek army has hit its first nail here. On the evening of April 18, 1897, an army of 88,000 Greek troops led by Prince Constantine arrived at Trikala. Victory along the way. The Greek army has been carried away by the victory, and immediately launched a full-scale attack after reaching the city of Trikala. Of course, from a strategic point of view, it is right to attack immediately. However, due to the tenacious pits of the Ottoman defenders, the Greek army responsible for the attack suffered more than 1,500 casualties in just over 5 hours. Prince Constantine suspended the attack in order to reduce losses. It was not until April 20, after the artillery arrived on the battlefield, that the Greek army launched the attack again, but this time, it was too late. 1 day is enough to change a lot of things. The Ottoman army in the city, under the leadership of the commander Orich Pasha, has completed the internal integration, and the gathered troops have been reorganized. If the enemy to face on April 19 is only the original defenders, with only more than 2,000 people, then the reorganized Ottoman defenders have exceeded 5,000 people. It is almost impossible for more than 2,000 people to defend the city of Trikala, even if it is delayed for a day or 2. In one full-scale attack by the Greeks alone, the defenders suffered more than 380 casualties. It doesn't take much. If there are 2 or 3 more attacks like that, the city of Trikala will be broken due to the lack of troops. It is a pity that there is no if. Prince Constantine did not know the situation in the city, and ordered to stop the attack in order to reduce the loss. Of course, it is not ruled out that there is a reason for being arrogant and ignoring the Ottoman army, which creates opportunities for the defenders in the city. On April 20, the Greek army launched an attack again, and the tragic siege battle began. Due to the use of artillery, the casualties of the Greek army fell. In 1 day, the Greek army suffered more than 3,000 casualties, and the defenders also suffered more than 1,700 casualties. The battle damage exchange ratio has changed from 4:1 at the beginning to 1.8:1 now. The Ottoman Empire's defenses in Trikala were crumbling, and a third of its troops were lost in 1 day, enough to collapse an army. If it weren't for the fact that the Sudanese government has issued a strict order, it must be defended, and the reinforcements from the Macedonian region have already arrived on the way, and now most of the defenders in the city have collapsed. Note: casualties do not equal death. For example, the number of casualties in some countries in the World War exceeded the number of soldiers participating in the war. The main reason is that after the recovery, the lightly wounded can be put into the war again. On April 21, the brutal offensive and defensive battle continued. By the evening, the Ottoman defenders had lost almost all of their peripheral defense lines. Under the command of Orich Pasha, they had withdrawn from the defense line in an orderly manner and fought in the city. More bloody street fighting. On the 3rd day after the outbreak of the war, reinforcements from the Macedonian region also entered the Thessaly region. On the evening of April 21, the 100,000 Ottoman reinforcements led by Edhi Pasha were less than 15 years away from the city of Trikala. Kilometers away. The Greeks, who did not know that the reinforcements of the other side had arrived, launched a siege battle again on April 22, not a street battle. Seeing that the Ottoman defenders were about to die, the scouts brought bad news to Prince Constantine. The Ottoman Empire reinforcements were about to arrive on the battlefield. When Prince Constantine received this news, the reinforcements of the Ottoman Empire were already less than 5 kilometers away from him. After receiving this news, Prince Constantine suppressed the anger in his heart and ordered to abandon the attack while actively deploying to defend against the possible attack of the Ottoman reinforcements. At this time, The balance of forces between the two sides has undergone fundamental changes. The Greek warplanes have disappeared, and the city of Trikala has not been captured, which means that in future wars, Greece will be at a strategic disadvantage. During the 3-day siege, the Greek army also suffered heavy casualties, and now the morale has been greatly reduced. The bloody patriotism was still defeated by the cruelty on the battlefield. Edi Pasha came faster than the Greeks expected. After arriving at the front line, the Ottoman army did not make any repairs, and launched a full-scale attack directly on the Greek army's position. All of a sudden, the Greeks were blinded. You must know that after the army has been marching for a long time, the physical strength has dropped very sharply. If there is not enough time for repairs, it would be good to be able to exert 5 or 6 points of 10-10 strengths. Prince Constantine planned to take advantage of the new arrival of the Ottoman army and launch a surprise attack on the precarious opportunity to defeat the Ottoman reinforcements in one fell swoop. Then the two armies that were preparing to raid met unexpectedly on the way and started a desperate fight. Relying on the superiority in military strength, the Turks defeated the enemy in front of them in one fell swoop, and the Greek offensive was interrupted. Moreover, due to the strategic mistakes of the Greeks, in order to defend the enemy outside the country, they did not concentrate their superior forces to attack in one direction. At the same time, they attacked in the two directions of Thessaly and Ypres. After the Greek army in Thessaly was blocked from attacking the city of Trikala, it was forced to turn to local defense and wait for reinforcements. It is a pity that Prince Constantine's decision did not take into account the actual situation of the Greek army. If this army is all standing troops, his decision is completely correct. With the corruption of the Ottoman Empire, the 100,000 strong army is absolutely indispensable, and the Greek army is completely capable of fighting. After the nationwide mobilization of the Greek government, the Greek army began to expand dramatically, and the army under the command of Prince Constantine was no exception. Due to the blind expansion of the army by the Greek government, a large number of poorly trained soldiers have been added to the army, and the combat effectiveness of the Greek army has fallen instead of rising. If it's a fight against the wind, it's fine. After a few more fights, the recruits will become veterans, and the combat effectiveness of the army will naturally increase. But before becoming a veteran, as soon as there are twists and turns in the war, something will happen. This time was no exception, and Prince Constantine was miserable. Before the Ottoman army did not go all out, the attack was smooth sailing, but a tragic offensive and defensive battle broke out in the city of Trikala, and the Greek soldiers could not bear it. As soon as the Ottoman reinforcements arrived, the morale of the Greek army dropped to a low point. As soon as Edi Pasha attacked, the Greek army could no longer bear the pressure and collapsed. Since the Ottoman army also arrived in a hurry, it was thrown into the war before it could be repaired. This caused a misjudgment for Prince Constantine, and the Ottoman Empire army was just like that, and its combat effectiveness was not much higher than them. His judgment is well founded. The combat effectiveness of the Greek army and the Ottoman army is indeed half a caddy, but this is the Greek army before the expansion, and the combat effectiveness of the Greek army after the expansion is far worse. Prince Constantine's decision to defend on the spot is not a strategic mistake, since it was the Greek army who had just lost the battle. The losses were not great. Now he still has 70,000 troops in his hands, and the actual number of the Ottoman troops on the opposite side is only more than 100,000 troops. After all, at the end of the 19th century, the power of wire mesh and trenches was still leveraged. Even if the Greek army lacks wire mesh, there is still no shortage of trenches. This also starts with the strategy of Greece. Another Greek army led by Duke Carlos has now reached Ioannina. If the city of Trikala is abandoned and continues to retreat to the rear, then the Greek army attacking the Ypres region is likely to be cut off by the Ottoman army, a consequence that the Greeks cannot bear no matter what. Chapter 191, The Headache of the Greek Government, 2-in-1. When Prince Constantine decided to defend on the spot, the fate of the Greek army was already doomed. The Ottoman army didn't immediately launch an attack. After all, Edi Pasha was a veteran in the army. In terms of military literacy, He was born from a noble family and received systematic military education since he was a child, and his ability is still good. He was very clear about the Greeks' plans. In order to defend the back road of the army led by Duke Cyril who attacked the Ypres region, Prince Constantine had to defend the city of Trikala. In the same way, if the Ottoman Empire wants to win this war, as long as Eder Pasha has the army in front of him, he can drive straight in. There is no longer a decent army in Greece now. The two sides fought against the city of Trikala. There were no big battles, but small battles continued. Even so, there are thousands of casualties on both sides every day. The Ottoman army is a regular army, and it has an advantage in strength. It can still hold such a little loss. But the Greeks couldn't take it anymore. They were at a disadvantage in terms of military strength. Now, with such a small-scale consumption, Prince Constantine was surprised to find that the exchange ratio between the enemy and our party was as high as 1 to 1.5! It's still worth it. It was already at a disadvantage, and now that it is consumed like this, the first duel to collapse will be the Greeks. It is a pity that he is powerless now, and the combat effectiveness of the army cannot be improved in a day or two. Although the Ottoman army lacked training, they fought wars. Even if he only suppressed a few rebellions, he would see blood anyway. Compared with the new recruits on the Greek side, he was much stronger. Prince Constantine has asked for domestic help many times, although he also knows that Greece can't get reinforcements, and even the current logistics supply line makes him worry. In order to defend the line of defense, Prince Constantine suggested that the troops attacking the Ypres region be withdrawn, and the Ottoman army in front of them should be united. Of course, these are all fake images. He knows that even if he can't get reinforcements in the country, it is impossible to withdraw the troops from Ypres. The Ottoman reinforcements have come. Not only is he under great pressure, but the Greek army in Ypres is also uncomfortable. If you want to withdraw, you have to do the same with the Ottomans, right? Otherwise, you are retreating, others are chasing after you, and if you accidentally retreat into a rout, it will be miserable. If the Greek army before the expansion, it is still possible to withdraw in an orderly manner. Now, stop dreaming, unless the Greek government is willing to break the wrist, leaving 2 or 3 divisions to break the queen. But is this possible? After leaving 2 or 3 divisions, it is equivalent to giving up these tens of thousands of troops directly, before the critical moment. The Greek government will never do this. Anyway, Prince Constantine, after several confrontations, he has now roughly figured out the fighting strength of both sides. The Ottoman army was slightly stronger than the Greek army before the expansion. Now, the combat effectiveness of the two sides is far behind. Coupled with the strength of the Greeks, it is now gone. So Prince Constantine has no hope of Greece defeating the Ottoman Empire alone. His real purpose is to put pressure on the country and drag the two allies into the water as soon as possible. The Balkan alliance is no secret to a high level like him at all. According to his idea, now no matter what the cost, Bulgaria and Montenegro must be dragged into the battlefield. Even so, Prince Constantine does not think that this war can end soon. And it is not bad to be able to rely on the joint efforts of the 3 countries to achieve a decent armistice result. After all, the Ottoman Empire has accumulated power for a long time, and it was not very good before. When it is at a disadvantage on the battlefield, everyone can't help but think of the glorious history of the Ottomans. Pessimism began to spread in the Greek army. Of course, this is slightly better than in history, although dangerous. It can still be managed. Of course, if there is no intervention of dominion, defeat will be a matter of time. At this time in history, the Greeks were miserable. A week into the war, they were driven back by the Ottoman army, and then the Ottoman army galloped across the battlefield in Greece. Receiving news from the front lines, the Greek government has made a mess. The Greek army, who had high hopes, told them with practical actions that although the Ottoman Empire was decaying, it was not something that Greece could challenge. After receiving the battle report of the Greek battlefield, Ferdinand knew that the Greeks were going to be unlucky. Originally, the combat effectiveness of the Greek army was not as good as that of the Ottomans. If the battlefield was placed on the mainland, The morale of the army would be stimulated on the grounds of defending the homeland and the country, still worthy of a fight. Now, the Greeks took the initiative to attack, lengthened the front line, and dispersed their forces. If the Ottomans could not win, they would be blind. The Greeks have the advantage in total troops, but unfortunately the Ottoman army has the advantage in some battlefields. If it is an ordinary area, it is a big deal to give up, but it is the city of Tricula. No matter how much the Greeks lose, it is a place they must never lose. If Ferdinand was replaced, he would have concentrated his troops on the border area, confronted the Ottomans, and waited for the alliance to join the war before launching an attack. This is the most correct choice. But now it is too late for the Greeks. The Epirus region has basically been beaten down by the Greeks now. It is difficult for them to give up, and they are still occupied by separate forces. As a result, as soon as the Ottoman reinforcements arrived, the front army of Greece attacking Epirus was embarrassed and could not concentrate its forces to fight the Ottomans. You must know that in order to control the place, the Greek army has now scattered 30,000 people, and the main force gathered together is now only more than 70,000 people, and they are anxiously together with the 40,000 Ottoman army, temporarily at a disadvantage. It's not that the Greek army is not working hard, or that the Ottomans are too powerful. It's not that they are to blame for their logistics. Of course, their logistics department is also very wronged. The front line has advanced hundreds of kilometers, and there are no roads or railways to use. They rely on human and animal power to transport them. They can barely guarantee the supply of ammunition to the front line. They have done a good job. Under such circumstances, it is difficult for the Greek army to gather together, and the remaining Ottoman forces in various places cannot be cleaned up all at once. Digging roads and blasting bridges are not rare. The dispersed Greek army, in addition to maintaining the communication line, can also collect food on the spot to solve the problem of feeding the army. If it is concentrated now, the commanders will have a headache about what to eat for the next meal. Unsurprisingly, the Greeks came to the door. Of course, Ferdinand would not come forward and hand it over to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to deal with it. Foreign Minister Medvedev immediately understood what the boss meant. Not only did he reject the request of the Greek government, but he also provided the Greeks with a lot of evidence that the Greek government was paddling. Well, it's just messing around. The combat effectiveness of the Greek army was originally bad, and it is not bad to be able to play this level. It is a pity that the Greeks bragged about their cowhide before, and now they are directly taken out by Bulgaria as a general. Can the Greeks deny it now, and then say that they are weak? If this is the case, not only will the Greeks lose their position in the alliance now, but the relationship between the two sides will also change, from the current alliance to Bulgaria's unilateral rescue of Greece. The political influence is too great! From the start of the war to the present, Georgia's mood has experienced ups and downs, and it has not recovered until now. Georgia asked depressedly, "What do the Bulgarians say?" To be honest, if he hadn't been forced to help, he wouldn't want to bow his head to Ferdinand. Don't forget that the two of them signed a secret betting contract before. Bowing to Bulgaria now means that Greece will lose the right to speak in the distribution of interests after the war. The premise is that the Balkan alliance can win the war. The foreign minister said with a wry smile, "The Bulgarians have made it clear that they are not ready now, and they are powerless to attack the Ottoman Empire until the mobilization is complete. They believe that the main force of the Ottoman Empire has not yet entered the battlefield. With our strength, we should be able to defeat the enemy in front of us in a short period of time." So angry that King George I scolded angrily, "Ferdinand is about to fall to the ground. Doesn't he know that if our Greece is defeated, Bulgaria will not be better?" Could it be that he is willing to be oppressed by the Ottoman Empire forever, or intimidated by the Ottomans? After George I had enough to vent, the foreign secretary said nervously, "The Bulgarians are not unprepared. They have sufficient reasons to refuse our request, and they also provided us with a series of important information. The Ottoman Empire has begun to mobilize. At present, the entire Balkan region, the Ottoman Empire's army has reached 430,000! Among them, There are 150,000 people in Istanbul, 80,000 people in Macedonia, excluding those who have reinforced the front, 30,000 people in Albania, 140,000 Turkish troops fighting against us on the front line, the army. The remaining 60,000 people are distributed in other areas. From the information they provided, there are currently about 270,000 troops of the Ottoman Empire scattered around Bulgaria, and they have pinned down the main force of the Ottoman Empire. As of now, Bulgaria has mobilized 310,000 troops, but they still have to defend against Romanians taking advantage of the fire, so the troops that can be put into the battlefield are less than 200,000. The Bulgarian government has decided that it will be implemented in accordance with the long-term plan and will not participate in the war in advance. And warned us not to think about working hard. If we can't even stand the mere 100,000 Ottoman troops, then the distribution of benefits after the war will be reassessed according to the degree of contribution. George I was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. In theory, 250,000 Greek troops fought against 140,000 Ottoman troops, with an absolute military advantage. It's a pity that the front line has already advanced to the Ottomans' territory. After this division, the advantage has become a disadvantage. Of course, if the Greek army is really as powerful as they boast, this is not a problem. Less wins more. In fact, the foreign secretary has nothing to say, or maybe George I will really vomit blood. Bulgarian foreign minister Medvedev is not a soft persimmon, and his irritating kung fu is not a blow. First of all, he boasted about the heroism of the Greek army. According to him, defeating the Ottoman army was a piece of cake. The Bulgarian war is also used directly as an example. A Bulgarian regiment can chase a Serbian division to fight. It is suggested that the Greek army carry forward the spirit of not being afraid of hardship, fatigue, and sacrifice, and bravely attack the Ottomans, and also wish the Greeks an early victory. Well, these foreign ministers would never say it. Now that the combat effectiveness of the Greek army, he thinks he has seen it clearly, it is just a piece of shit. And it is not worth it. It is very simple to draw this conclusion. The peasant uprising army of the Ottoman Empire can have a good relationship with the Ottoman army, and you know how wasteful the Ottoman army is. Therefore, it is concluded that the combat effectiveness of the Ottoman army is slightly greater than that of the rabble, while the performance of the Greek army is even worse, and it cannot defeat the Ottoman army, and its performance on the battlefield is not as good as that of the Armenian insurgent army. Then it is concluded that the combat effectiveness of the Greek army is a group of rabble level. Don't be surprised, it's normal for civilians who don't understand the military to come to this conclusion. Purely from the battlefield performance, there is no problem at all, but in fact it ignores the essence. At least the performance of the Greek army led by Prince Constantine is qualified, at least in the face of the superior Ottoman army, and it can be defended, and in the Epirus region with superior force, the Greek army led by Duke Cyril, the performance is terrible. The objective factor is logistics. The Ottoman army is fighting locally, and there are some reserves in various places. In addition to the supplies from the rear, there will be no shortage of materials in the short term. The Greeks are tragic, they were not fully prepared. And now it is even worse. At a critical moment, the Prime Minister spoke to the rescue, saying, "Bulgarians have this attitude, it's normal." Who told our army to behave so badly? Don't say it's them. I still can't believe that this is the great Greek army, the strongest army in the Balkans. Is this the level? Of course, now is not the time for us to be held accountable. The top priority is to let Bulgaria know our true situation, even if it is to make concessions on post-war interests. Otherwise, they think that we are not doing our best, and that we delay not participating in the war, and the front line will probably change over time. The Prime Minister's words awakened King George I. Now Greece is already very dangerous. If any direction is broken through, Greece will really be desperate. For this reason, the navy is ready to go ashore. Of course, if the navy is really used as an army, it is estimated that Greece will be finished by then, and it will be useless no matter what you do. George I asked again, what did Nicholas I say? When will Montenegro go to war? The foreign minister said embarrassedly. This Montenegro's strength is limited. They are willing to participate in the war, but before Bulgaria's attitude did not participate in the war, they were very worried that they would be targeted by the Ottomans after the war. After all, Nicholas I was born in the army, participated in 2 Russian-Turkish wars, and also won the title of Marshal of the Russian Empire. He is still very clear about the military strength of Montenegro. Even if it is the power of the whole country, it can only take out 20,000 to 30,000 troops. As long as it fails once, Montenegro will be finished. This time everyone did not react, and no one expected to rely on Montenegro to break the game. Rather than expecting their 20,000-30,000 troops, it would be more practical to expect the Greek troops on the front line to suddenly burst into combat power. At this time, the Minister of War said, "Our strategic material reserves are running out, and the material consumption after the war is much higher than we expected. In particular, the consumption of ammo has increased by half than what we estimated. At the current consumption rate, it can be supported for up to 3 weeks. If there is a decisive battle, I am afraid that it can be supported for a shorter time." Chapter 192. Not only is the strategic material urgent, our fiscal deficit has not been resolved. Although the war has just begun, we have to consider it. If the material reserves are insufficient, we can still import, but if there is no money, I am afraid that we will not be able to do anything. In order to raise funds, the Ministry of Finance has gone to great lengths. The European Consortium is not optimistic that we can win the war, and the loan is not negotiable at all. Bonds are also cold in the international market. So far, the bonds we have sold have not been sold at all. Even though we have raised the interest rate to 20%! It can only be sold domestically, less than 10 million drachmas, about £400,000, which is undoubtedly a drop in the bucket for the huge expenses. In order to win the war, we have ordered a large number of materials from European countries, which has consumed a large amount of our foreign exchange reserves. In the later period, we have to use part of the gold reserves to solve the problem. From the current point of view, I am afraid that the war will not end in a short time. If the financial problems cannot be solved, we will go bankrupt in the near future. As soon as the Minister of War finished speaking, the Chancellor of the Exchequer poured another basin of cold water on George I. The Chancellor of the Exchequer is only raising expenditures, not revenue. Everyone is well aware that in order to raise funds, the Greek government has long imposed a war tax, and other tax rates have also increased substantially, and the government's fiscal revenue has actually increased. But the debt was too much to bear, and the international loan was as high as 700 million drachmas, about £28 million. There is also a pile of debts, and other messy debts of no less than 500 million drachmas. The above are all owed by the central government of Greece, and there are also many arrears from the local government. However, what is the revenue of the Greek government? Absolutely an incredible number, less than 110 million drachmas. Even if it is calculated at an interest rate of 5%, the annual interest support exceeds half of the fiscal revenue! This is also the reason why the Greek government went bankrupt after the defeat of the Greek-Turkish War. No matter how the war is fought, the debt that should be repaid still has to be repaid. The great powers in the 19th century were not vegetarians. Even if the Greeks declared bankruptcy, the debts that should be paid should not be less. In any case, George I would never dare to play bankruptcy now. Otherwise, if the foreign powers took over the finances, they would dare to directly abolish the army and navy together. How will the war be fought then? George I looked at everyone with a wry smile and said, "What else can you do? Let's talk about it, no matter how much it costs. Let's get through this stage first and talk. Tax increase, this can't be done, and now the people can't bear it anymore. Loan, who is willing to borrow it now? The financial revenue of the Greek government is so bad that even if it wins the war, it is unable to repay such a huge debt. The most important thing is that it can no longer provide a compelling mortgage. Bonds, isn't it selling? No one wants 20% of the interest! One after another, thoughts appeared in everyone's mind, and they were rejected again. These are all of the disasters caused by the previous officers. All the tricks to raise money have been used. Tariffs, minerals, road rights, various financial taxes, as long as they can be mortgaged. Almost all mortgages are finished, including the government buildings used by the current government. They are all mortgaged to the capitalists. The current Greek government can be said to be really poor. Seeing that everyone was silent, Georgi's face became gloomy. The prime minister knew that he couldn't escape, and he took the initiative to stand up. It was better than being named. Ugh. The prime minister first sighed, and then said, "From the current situation, only the gold reserves can be used for emergency in the short term. The other is to end the war as soon as possible, which depends on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Our army is not as strong as imagined. To win this war, you can only pin your hopes on your allies. All we have to do now is to get Bulgaria and Montenegro to join the war as soon as possible through diplomacy. We can make concessions when it comes to loot division." Georgi nodded, and was about to say something when he suddenly realized that he had been tricked by the prime minister. On the surface, it appears to make a suggestion, but in essence it says nothing. Financial crisis, the solution is no. The use of the reserve gold is already being done, and everyone can't care about the consequences. The big deal is the collapse of Mark, which is second only to the failure of the war. End the war as soon as possible? Who doesn't want to? Now it is clear that the Greek army can't defeat the Ottomans, and even if all allies join in, the outcome is unpredictable. If possible, everyone would rather this war didn't happen. Diplomacy? Hell, didn't it just fail? Concession on loot? Let go to that step? After all, King George I was a king for many years. His dissatisfied expression flashed by and he continued to ask, "Then Prime Minister, do you think we can make concessions in those areas? What is the bottom line?" The Prime Minister, who thought he had escaped the catastrophe, now has a bitter face, as if everyone owes him money. Hesitantly said, I think we have made a mistake in estimating the strength of the Ottoman Empire this time. And if we want to achieve the predetermined goal, I am afraid it will not work. Instead, it is better to promise those things that are not available to Bulgaria in exchange for their early participation in the war and reduce our losses." The thing that Georgi was most worried about still happened. Even the prime minister lost confidence in this war. You can imagine the thoughts of others. What about the officers and soldiers on the front line? Do they still have hope for victory in this war? And Bulgaria and Montenegro, if they also have no hope of war, does that mean they will break the covenant? So what should Greece do in this war? How to end the war with dignity? What is the future of Greece? Everyone doesn't know what King George I thinks, but they are very interested in the Prime Minister's proposal. No matter what, let's drag the Allies into the water first. It is better for the three to face the Ottoman Empire together than Greece alone. Even if you lose this war, there are people who stand on the back. It is always better than the unlucky Greek family. The Minister of War immediately echoed his words. How about the front line? Others don't know. Is he still unclear? Prince Constantine's telegram for help was sent more than 10 times a day. The Greek army in the Ioannina area did not ask for reinforcements, but the situation was even worse, and the supplies were not available. The food is still good, and it can be collected on the spot. There is no way for weapons and ammunition, and it is completely dependent on the rear supply. If you don't move, it's okay. If you move, if there is a big battle with the Ottomans, the gun in your hand will become a burning stick. Now the per capita ammunition of soldiers is only more than 70 rounds, which sounds pretty good, but after a battle, you will find that it is really not enough. However, the logistics supply line is not so stable. Because the time is too short, the Greek army has not had time to clear the area, and the government of the Ottoman Empire in some remote areas is still preserved. If it weren't for the fact that the Ottoman Empire was really rotten, maybe the Greek army on the front line of Ioannina would have been completely cut off from the logistics supply line. Of course, it is also related to the poor logistics of the Greeks. Even if there is no obstacle, The logistics supply cannot be guaranteed, who told the Ottoman Empire not to pay attention to the traffic in this area. So far, it has been almost a week since the start of the war, and the troops on the front line have not yet received a single supply after the war. At present, there are more than 100,000 Greek troops on the front line of Ypres, and they are being pressed and beaten by 40,000 to 50,000 Ottoman troops. It is not that they cannot defeat the enemy. Unless the enemy can be annihilated or crippled at one time, the war will continue, and the Greek army will have to use a fire stick and a bayonet! Just when the Greek government was worried about the war, the front line also changed. The Ypres region is not bad, anyway. There are so many Greek troops, and they are defending on the spot. The Ottoman troops are insufficient and dare not attack in an all-round way. The problem lies in the Crocula city defense line. The Ottoman Empire's defenders in the Apsini area have come to reinforce it. Although there are only a few thousand people, appearing in a specific place is enough to change a war. Eji Pasha already had enough troops in his hands, so he directly ordered the 2 regiments that came to aid him to attack Kardica, threatening the back road of Prince Constantine's army. Colonel Kobi Pasha, the commander of the reinforcements, is a rare young soldier in the Ottoman army. A typical newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. He knew that with the 2 regiments in his hands, under normal circumstances, it was a fool's dream to capture Kardica, which was the key defense of the Greek army. Moreover, the order given to him by General Edk Pasha was only to attack, and he did not let him capture Kardica, which is enough to explain the problem. Colonel Kobi Pasha did something that caught the attention of the world. He went straight and alone, detoured to the rear of Kardica, and wreaked havoc. On April 25, 1897, at noon, a regiment under Colonel Kobi Pasha encountered a logistical convoy of the Greek army outside Kardica. There is no doubt that the enemy army, of course, did it. There was a fierce battle between the 2 sides, and the defenders of Kardica heard the news and immediately organized infantry to rush to the battlefield for reinforcements. Unfortunately, in the Greek army, the logistics transport team is the worst of the bad cards. The army of more than 300 people, plus a group of civilians, has formed a team of thousands of people. Even if they were very heroic, they were defeated by the Ottoman regular army with a larger number of them after half an hour of fighting. When the reinforcements arrived, only 1 corpse was left behind, and all the supplies that could be taken away were taken away by the Ottomans, and the few bombs that could not be taken away were finished. In order to cause trouble for the Greeks, Colonel Kobi Pasha also came up with a bad move, giving each prisoner a bullet. Don't get me wrong, he did not massacre the prisoners. The bullets were all hit in the legs, but the prisoners were turned into wounded and left in place. Of course, those who have resisted are not included in this list, and they have all been sent to see God. This is just the beginning. In the following time, the Ottoman army followed suit. In just 2 or 3 days, Prince Constantine had harvested 4,000 or 5,000 wounded, and the logistical supply line collapsed. In the 19th century, underserved and underserved, being shot by bullets was not an easy thing to do. Even on the legs, many people will face a very cruel multiple-choice question: amputation to save life, or choose to gamble on whether the wound will become inflamed. Don't expect the wound to just scratch the skin, and the grudge between the Ottoman Empire and the Greeks is not a day or 2. There is no doubt that the bullets hit the bones. In addition, he did not come to receive treatment in time. In fact, what Prince Constantine harvested was a group of seriously wounded people who could die at any time. Looking at the wailing wounded, Prince Constantine couldn't help scolding no matter how well trained he was. Get out, these beasts are inferior to beasts. How can you do this? God will not let them go. These goddamn bastards will definitely go to hell. Not only him, but all the Greeks present were the same enemy. Colonel Kobi Pasha's actions had broken through their bottom line and completely angered the Greeks. Anger is the greatest enemy of mankind. It will affect the rational judgment of mankind. In order to take revenge and open up the supply line, Prince Constantine gritted his teeth and dispatched a division of reinforcements from the front line to encircle and suppress Colonel Pasha's lone army. More than 10 kilometers away from Kartika city, there is a large forest. This forest is the camp of the Ottoman army of Kobi Pasha. Of course, the reason for choosing here is because it is easy to defend and run. What if the Greeks didn't retaliate for such a big thing? Of course, if the Greeks really draw troops from the front line, it is also in line with Kobi Pasha's intention. After all, his task is to cause chaos for the Greeks. Originally, the Greek army was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Once it was deployed again, there would inevitably be flaws in the defense line, which created opportunities for the Ottoman army on the front line. If Prince Constantine can keep his temper, it doesn't matter, he continues to engage in the business of roadblocks and robbery. Anyway, as long as the logistics supply line is cut off, the Greek army on the front line will be finished sooner or later. As for whether the Greeks will detour, Kobi Pasha is not worried at all. If the detour will undoubtedly lengthen the supply line and increase the distance by hundreds of miles, it is estimated that the Greek commanders on the front line will cry. Because the ammunition in their hands was running out, Eji Pasha did not rely on the superior force to fight them decisively, but instead fought a war of attrition, grinding with the Greek army little by little, just to consume their ammunition. In just a few days, the material reserves in Prince Constantine's hands have been reduced again. According to the current consumption level, if the supply line cannot be opened as soon as possible, after half a month, he will face the end of running out of ammunition and food. It was a conspiracy, and the Greeks had to follow the Ottomans' plan. The fate of the Greek army was locked in the moment Prince Constantine drew his troops from the front line. The changes in the Greek defense line could not be concealed from the Ottomans. After General Edgi Pasha determined that the Greeks had lost one division, he knew that the long-awaited fighter had finally arrived. P.S. On the shelves this Friday, ask for tickets! Thanks for your support! Chapter 193. After several days of hard fighting, the casualties on both sides of Greece and Turkey have exceeded 5 figures. And they are still growing. Prince Constantine's only hope now is to delay time and create opportunities for the Greek army in the Ioannina region, which is now accumulating supplies and preparing to attack. As for the Tricolour region, the Ottomans have obvious advantages, and it is impossible to win with the strength in his hands. At this time, on the front line of Tricolour city, there were 7 Ottoman infantry divisions, 2 cavalry regiments, 3 artillery regiments, and troops directly under the headquarters, totaling about 89,000 people. It has a total of more than 350 artillery pieces and 380 heavy machine guns. Compared with the Greek front, it was much worse. Prince Constantine had only 6 infantry divisions, plus 2 artillery regiments, of which 2 divisions were half disabled, and a half cavalry battalion with a total of more than 67,000 men. It has a total of more than 220 guns of various types and more than 400 heavy machine guns. Since the Battle of Zanta at the end of the 17th century, the cavalry has begun to decline. Even if the famous Cossack cavalry still exists in Russia, it cannot change the fact that the cavalry has declined. By 1897, all European countries had reduced their cavalry establishments. Malin was an exception. In the plains of Eastern Europe, the new cavalry was still capable of fighting. Of course, for a country like Greece, the cavalry is already dispensable. If not for the needs of the honor guard, it may have been cancelled. After the outbreak of the Greek-Turkish War, George I sent this cavalry to the front line, and the power of the cavalry on a specific battlefield is still very strong. Don't be surprised that Eji Pasha didn't send cavalry to harass the rear of the Greeks. It was because the cavalry was too restricted by geographical conditions, and the supply requirements were very high. Besides, he sent troops to attack Kartika and break the deadlock on the battlefield. Can't he use cavalry to attack the city? If you want to blame it, Colonel Kobi Pasha is so capable. After firing a few shots, he found that the Greeks were already prepared in Kartika, and ran to attack the Greek logistics supply line. Although he played tricks, Colonel Kobi Pasha still completed the task brilliantly, and the strategic goal has been achieved. Originally, Prince Constantine still had 67,000 people in his hands, but after the deployment of troops, only 53,000 people remained. Of course, if you count the wounded, there will be more than 20,000 people under Prince Constantine now, but they can't provide much help for this war. Discovering fighter planes is a compulsory course for every general on the battlefield. Edhi Pasha is no exception. Now is undoubtedly the time when the Greeks are at their weakest. Without any hesitation, Edhi Pasha immediately mobilized before the war! After Edhi Pasha finished speaking, the eyes of the group of officers below shone brightly. This is definitely not about serving the country with loyalty to the monarch, but because of meritorious deeds. It also means promotion and making a fortune. You must know that the class of the Ottoman Empire has long been solidified. The factor that determines where you can climb is not based on your ability, nor how much you have contributed to the country, but your background! However, this time General Edhi Pasha made a promise that no matter who it is, as long as he has made military exploits, he will get the reward he deserves. On the contrary, if it messes up, who is responsible for it? Forget it, whether it can be notarized in the future, but one thing is for sure, you will be promoted and rich if you make military exploits. The Ottoman Empire was also founded on the basis of military force. If it was in the government department, if the background was not good, no matter how many achievements were made, it might not have been promoted. But in the military, after completing the military reform, there is no way to do it in peacetime. During the war, those who have made military achievements will definitely be promoted. Who said that the Ottoman Empire is now declining? Of course, military exploits are not so easy to obtain. It takes luck and strength at the same time. First, there has to be a fight. Unlike the previous suppression of the Armenian rebellion, that is a small role, it is right to win. And it will be bad luck if you lose 100%! The Greeks in front of you are good choice! That is, it is not weak enough to ignore, nor strong enough to exceed everyone's tolerance. It belongs to the kind of fat that can make military exploits and win steadily. Seeing the eager expressions of his subordinates, Edhi Pasha nodded with a smile, and then said solemnly, "Now I order, at 4:37 on April 28, 1897, all artillerymen will fire, and those on the opposite side of the target will fire." The Greek army's position was covered by fire for an hour and a half. At 6:07, the 3rd Division and 2 cavalry regiments were responsible for containing the enemy's left and right flanks. The other 6 infantry divisions all attacked and defeated the opposite Greeks from the front. Understand? Understood, everyone said in unison. Edhi Pasha nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Now start proofreading the time, according to the big clock on the wall. No one can delay, and those who violate the military law will be engaged!" Perhaps Edhi Pasha's mobilization work has played a role, or perhaps the temptation to get promoted is too great. Whether it is an officer or a soldier, the morale of the Ottoman army has reached its peak at this moment. Time passed by in a hurry. On April 28, 1897, after the order of Edhi Pasha was issued, the first action was the artillery unit. They quickly pushed the artillery and loaded it in the pre-built artillery position. Edhi Pasha looked at the time. It was 4:37. The roar of artillery sounded in his ears. He knew that the decisive battle had begun. The Greeks on the opposite side were also used to it. During the years of confrontation, the Ottoman artillery also launched attacks from time to time. Soon the Greeks also reacted, and the Greek artillery began to fight back, and the two sides started an artillery battle again. Hundreds of cannons on both sides sounded at the same time, deafening, resounding through the sky. The cannonballs were flying scattered, and one of the cannonballs accidentally landed in a Greek regiment headquarters and exploded instantly. 3 officers were killed on the spot, and 5 others were injured. The explosion caused a small area of chaos, but it quickly subsided. The guns on the battlefield have no eyes, and if they are hit, it can only be regarded as their own bad life. Soon the Greek artillery fell into a disadvantage, which Prince Constantine has long been used to. After all, The number of artillery of the Ottomans on the opposite side is more, and the quality is similar. It is normal to fail to win. More than an hour later, he felt that something was wrong, and the Ottoman artillery seemed to have no intention of stopping. To know that the two sides have been bombarding for such a long time, it does not make much sense at all. After all, the hit rate of artillery in this era is extremely low. Even if the opponent's artillery position can be found, it is not so easy to destroy the opponent. Moreover, the opponent's artillery positions were exposed, and so were their own. Artillery is a precious weapon, so it is consumed like this. Under normal circumstances, the commanders of both sides are reluctant to use such a lose-lose style of play. Moreover, this is still a game of luck between the two sides. It does not mean that the Ottoman army has more artillery, and it will definitely have an advantage. Greece, which has fewer artillery, may also cause them more casualties, but the probability is smaller. Prince Constantine knew that the deployment of troops from the front had been exposed, and the Ottomans were obviously prepared. He immediately shouted, "Guards! Guards!" Immediately sent orders to the various units to prevent the attack of the Ottoman army. Fortunately, at the end of the 19th century, there were already telegraphs and telephones, these two communication tools. Otherwise, even if Prince Constantine found out, it would be too late to notify the troops. But it was all too late. When the front-line units got the news, the Ottomans had already started to attack under the cover of artillery. Fortunately, Prince Constantine had anticipated that the Ottomans might launch a full-scale attack when they were short of troops, and made some targeted arrangements. However, these preparations were not sufficient. Under the baptism of artillery fire, the simple fortifications built by the Greek army with all their might have now fallen to pieces, and the current defense capability has dropped by a grade. And it is early in the morning, the genius has just been lit, and many Greek soldiers are still asleep before being awakened and have not yet entered the state. It may be that they are used to the roar of artillery fire. After all, in these short few days, the Ottomans have launched dozens of attacks, and everyone has come to see it. Of course, this is just the thoughts of the soldiers. The real senior leaders of the Greek army know this. This attack is different from the past. This is the time when the defenders are at their minimum. As long as the Ottomans are not stupid, they will start a decisive battle now. With the advantage of artillery, the Ottoman army had the advantage at the beginning of the attack. But the war is not simply won by artillery. If this is the case, then the Greeks don't have to fight, just run away. After the Ottoman army broke through the outer defense line, the Greek army has also reacted. The combination of trenches plus machine guns plus wooden fences caused a large number of casualties to the Ottoman army. Obviously, the heavy machine guns that shine brightly in the Bulgarian war have entered the stage of history, and the Greeks have already installed them. However, due to ammunition, the Greek army was still unable to equip it on a large scale. It's not as good as the Bulgarian army during the Bulgarian War. There are still capable people in the Greek army. In the absence of steel mesh, they can replace it with the most primitive wooden fence in the shortest time. Even if it's not as good as the wire mesh in terms of defense, it's still an amazing feat. The brutal war began, and the soldiers of the Ottoman army rushed to the positions of the Greeks regardless of their lives. The Greek army also showed no signs of weakness, bravely greeted them, and launched a desperate struggle. Whether it is the Ottoman general Edha Pasha or the Greek Prince Constantine, the expressions on their faces are ugly now. Obviously this is not the result they want. With the passage of time, the Greek army gradually could not stand it anymore. Even if the defensive side had a geographical advantage, it could not stand the Ottoman army. Moreover, most of the Ottoman troops are professional soldiers. Unlike the Greek patchwork army, the combat effectiveness of the two sides is not on the same level. On the left flank of the Greek army, a Turkic cavalry was watching the front. The head of the regiment, Orizal Pasha, was looking for a fighter plane. Facing the Greek army huddled in the trenches, he could only sigh. If there is no heavy machine gun, Captain Orizal Pasha may dare to take a wave of cavalry. As long as he breaks through a point, he can be interspersed behind the Greek army, and there will be a front and back attack. But now, Orizal Pasha looked at the cold muzzle through the eye viewing state, was speechless for a long time, and said from the bottom of his heart, "The glory of the cavalry has passed." Faced with a monster that can shoot more than 600 bullets per minute, how many lives will it take to fill this hole? Orizal Pasha asked coldly, "When will the artillery be in place?" "There's still half an hour," an officer answered decisively. Orizal Pasha said fiercely, "Then wait another half an hour. Start fainting now." When the heavy machine gun first appeared, there were very few weapons in the world that could deal with the machine gun, and there were only two most effective methods. One is to use snipers to directly kill the machine gunners, and then launch an attack when the firepower is interrupted. The other is to use artillery, one cannonball, and everything is done. Obviously, in the Ottoman army at the end of the 19th century, there were still very few professional snipers, the hesitant troops lacked training, and there were not many soldiers with good marksmanship. The sound of the artillery sounded, and the Greek positions on the opposite side were immediately hit hard, and the firepower points were patronized by artillery shells one by one. Well, the artillery hit rate of this era is really pitted. 180 shells passed, and only 3 machine guns were killed, plus nearly 100 Greek soldiers. Then the Ottoman army launched another round of attacks. Well, there was no cavalry in the attack. It was the work of 2 infantry regiments that came over at 0 hour. The Ottomans can't do the stupid thing of filling trenches with cavalry. As a result, it was no surprise that the Greek reinforcements quickly replenished and blocked the defense line. Orizal Pasha looked at the heavy casualties of the infantry, and he was still thankful. Fortunately, the mission of the cavalry regiment was not to break through the defense line, as long as it pretended to contain the enemy. Edgy Pasha's heart is not calm now. The resistance of the Greeks has exceeded his expectations. After more than 4 hours of fighting, more than 8,000 casualties have been paid. On average, the Ottoman army lost a regiment in an hour and lost a platoon every minute. The use of heavy machine guns has heightened the intensity of this war, and the situation has surpassed that of the Bulgarian War 2 years ago. In terms of combat effectiveness, the Ottoman army is slightly stronger, but the Greeks, as the defensive side, can be considered a draw, and it is considered an opponent. As time passed by, the battlefield gradually changed. In the tragic battle situation, both sides appeared to varying degrees, deserters. In order to win the war, Edhy Pasha, so desperate, sent a supervising team to directly attack the back of the troops and set up heavy machine guns. Either die on the way to the attack, or die in the hands of the supervising team! The Ottoman army has stepped up its offensive, and Prince Constantine is in a hurry. Since the start of the war, he has not received good news. The front line keeps asking for support and support. Now his headquarters, there is only 1 regiment of troops left. Reserve team. At this point, the Ottoman army suffered heavy losses. How could the Greek army feel better? It may be surprising to say that, as the defending party, the number of casualties so far is actually higher than the attacking Turkish army. No way, it's all the recruits to blame. After all, I was just fighting the gun, and I just trained in a hurry, and I was sent to the battlefield. Many life-saving measures on the battlefield were unknown, so naturally I died quickly. The casualty ratio between the two sides has been maintained at 1.3 to 1, and the Greeks suffered a big loss in this regard. An officer hurried over and said loudly, "Report, General, the commander of the 18th Division has just sent a telegram, requesting support again." Note: the Battle of Zanta took place in 1697. A large number of European infantry lined up for a volley of guns. The Ottoman elite cavalry was vulnerable in front of the musketeers. The Habsburg Empire won the victory. This war marks the fall of the Ottoman Empire, also marked the decline of the cavalry. Chapter 194, Crisis. After receiving the telegram for help, Prince Constantine threw it aside without even reading it. After thinking about it, he said, "Selection of a regiment from our newly created militia division to reinforce the 18th Division. Tell Major General Andrew that this is the case. It's his last reinforcements. He must defend the line of defense. If he can't defend, he won't have to come back. After that, Prince Constantine got up and went to the field hospital. He knew that with the current strength, it would be very difficult to hold the line of defense. In order to increase his troops, he has even ordered to capture strong men locally. The newly formed militia reserve team is composed of the people who were captured in the Thessaly area. In theory, he increased the strength of another division. In fact, this newly formed militia division does not even have a gun, and its combat effectiveness is better than nothing. Anyway, to the front line, there will be. The war is still going on, someone always dies, and when someone else dies they'll have guns. That's what the Russian army at the end of World War I did. Now it has been brought out by the Greeks in advance. Now Prince Constantine has started the idea of a field hospital again. Since the attack on Trichala city, the number of wounded in the field hospital has exceeded 20,000! Excluding the seriously wounded who have completely lost their combat effectiveness, there are at least 7,000 or 8,000 lightly wounded, and they can barely go to the battlefield. Even if the combat effectiveness is to be discounted, these veterans are stronger than the newly created militia divisions. Prince Constantine has already given orders, but unfortunately, there are still very few people who are willing to go to the battlefield again. Approaching the battlefield hospital, a stench hits my face. Prince Constantine, who has never suffered this crime, still endured his nausea and continued to move forward. Not far away, there were rows of stretchers with wounded on them, all of which had just come off the front line. From time to time, there are bursts of mourning from the wounded, which is creepy. A few medical staff were busy working with first aid kits. That is to do some first aid work and redress the wound with a bandage. Sorry, but in the 19th century it was a very luxurious commodity. Except for a few officers, ordinary soldiers are not entitled to it. Moreover, many seriously wounded people, even if they can be rescued, are still useless, which is even less worth the high price of the Greek government. Even with medicines, the chances of seriously injured surviving are very low. There are no antibiotics in this era, and the inventor of penicillin is still a little kid. Whether the wound will become inflamed or not depends on luck. Once the wound is festered, if it is on the limbs, it will be amputated. If it is other parts, look forward to God bless it, the chance of a miracle will not exceed 1%. Obviously, the field hospital of the Greek army is not capable of accepting so many wounded. Even simple treatment can't do it. Seeing this scene, Prince Constantine somewhat understood why those lightly wounded people refused to go to the battlefield again. After experiencing such an environment, it is estimated that many mentalities will collapse. Prince Constantine was thinking about how to send these people to the front again. Coercion is useless. In order to resist recruiting again, many wounded who have been cured have broken bones again! At the headquarters of the 18th Division on the front line, Major General Andrew was about to go crazy when he saw the reinforcements that Prince Constantine sent him. From 12 or 13-year-olds to 70s and 80s-old men, they have everything. Not to mention combat effectiveness, Andrew doubts that many of them can still withstand guns. At this moment, he even wondered if he had offended Prince Constantine somewhere, and now he was wearing small shoes. Soon, he gave up the idea. At this time, everyone is a grasshopper on a rope, and no one can escape when something goes wrong. Anyway, it is better to have reinforcements than no reinforcements, no matter how rabble. As long as you can pull the trigger, it is always useful. The premise is that he first has to teach this group of rabble to use weapons. After a sullen breath, Major General Andrew shouted loudly, "Guards, inform each regiment to come to the division headquarters to lead people, and tell them that reinforcements are here." All right. Immediately, he is not the only one who is depressed. It is estimated that the people below will be even more uncomfortable. And there is no room for choice. There are only so many reinforcements, love or not. Anyway, all the troops are now short of people. Since Prince Constantine dispatched a division on the front line, everyone's defense line has become longer, and the corresponding force has also been thinned! Since the Ottomans launched a full-scale counteroffensive, Prince Constantine has telegraphed to the Greek government and sent a stern letter for help. The content is very short, just one meaning: if there is no reinforcements, within 3 days everyone can receive the news of his defeat. Now, Georgia can't sit still. Unlike the previous letters for help, this time it is really dangerous. No commander would send such a telegram for help before the moment of life and death. How many troops are there in the country? Georgia asked eagerly. The Minister of War said with a wry smile, no more than 40,000 people, and most of them are old, weak, sick and disabled. All troops with combat effectiveness are now transferred to the front line. King George I thought for a while and said, that's it, send my guards out too, form a reinforcement of 30,000 people, and immediately set off to reinforce Prince Constantine. The Minister of War said with a face ashen, but Your Majesty, the time is simply too late. These are just peasants who have just formed an army and who are just hoes, or workers who have just come out of the factory, not to mention whether they have combat effectiveness. Now they are still distributed all over the country. When they come, I am afraid it will be too late. Now, within 3 days, the army of Prince Constantine's reinforcements is less than 10,000. Georgi's face was even more terrifying. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the situation had reached such a crisis. The government has been suppressing not to send more reinforcements to the front line, not because they don't want it, but because they simply can't get a decent army in the country. That is to say, from the moment you sit at the gaming table, the Greek government has been stud. If you don't do your best, the Greek army can't easily pierce the Ottoman line of defense. This is also a common problem of all small countries, can't afford to fail. If you fail once, you will lose all the chips in your hand. Georgi glanced coldly at the Minister of War and said, I don't care how many reasons you have, but within 3 days, the reinforcements must arrive at the front. And you have to defend the front line of Tricula. Don't tell me, your military doesn't even have a plan for reinforcements. Even if the reinforcements can't all arrive, how many can they arrive? I only ask to keep the line of defense. No matter what the price is, it must be defended. Yes, the Minister of War replied with a wry smile. After a moment of silence, seeing Georgi's anger subsided a little, the Prime Minister suddenly sighed and said, now is not the time to be held accountable. The top priority is to get Bulgaria and Montenegro to join the war immediately. Come in. Otherwise, it is impossible to win this war with our own strength alone. Not even a decent armistice result. Georgi is also considered to be the hero of the Greek generation. Unfortunately, some of them were born out of time. The current Greek foundation is really too thin. At the prompt of the Prime Minister, King George I immediately understood and asked, tell me all about it. What price do we have to pay in exchange for the Bulgarians to send troops immediately? The faces of everyone changed greatly. From the start of the war to the present, Greece will be defeated in less than 10 days. The plan to rebuild Greater Greece failed just after taking the first step. The current Greece is not comparable to the later generations. Not only the territory area is less than half of the later generations, but the population is only 2 million. Once defeated, the Greek army will not be able to recover for a long time in the future. The Chancellor of the Exchequer was the first to speak. Isn't it too early to talk about post-war benefits now? The current situation on the battlefield is very unfavorable to us. I suggest to urge Bulgaria and Montenegro to join the war as soon as possible. Judging from the situation on the battlefield, the strength of the Ottoman Empire's army is still there, and it is very difficult to end the war in the short term. Without the intervention of the foreign powers, whether the alliance can win the final victory is a big question mark. The lid has been lifted. The Balkan alliance has to be fast if it is to win this war. Once the Ottoman Empire reacted, the war turned into a protracted war. Other countries are still uncertain, but Greece will never last for 2 months. The Home Secretary smiled wryly and said, that's a problem, but we've waged this war, and we've got to gain something, right? If there is not enough income, what can we explain to the people in the country? If we promise too many benefits to pull Bulgaria into the war now, In case the Russians intervene later and the alliance wins the war, we will lose a lot." Everyone looked at each other with a helpless expression. Everyone has now lost confidence in the Balkan alliance and pinned their hopes on the support of the Russians. The Minister of Foreign Affairs said dissatisfiedly, "It's already this time. Why do you still think so much?" "We have to think so much. Why won't others think about it? Don't you think that the Bulgarian and Montenegro governments can't think of this? If there is not enough interest, why let others take grain from the fire for us?" Georgi was taken aback, didn't he? "If it's a sure-win war, the Greeks will join without a promise. But now the odds of winning are obviously not great." "Do you expect a covenant to constrain everything?" Ferdinand didn't have to tear up the covenant. This war was triggered by the Greeks in advance. According to the covenant, Bulgaria's participation in the war within 3 months is not considered a breach of contract. As for the promise of the Bulgarian government, don't be ridiculous. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs' verbal promise, as long as the Bulgarian government refuses to admit it, Greece will not even be able to make accusations in public opinion. If Greece can last for 3 months, well, Bulgaria will definitely join the war. This means that the strength of the Ottoman Empire is limited, and there will be no pressure on everyone to squeeze soft persimmons. If Greece can't hold on for 3 months, it will be defeated. Bulgaria can completely pretend that nothing happened. Anyway, they have not declared war on the Ottoman Empire. The existence of the Russian alliance, the Ottoman Empire will not dare to do anything to them. At this moment, Georgi knew that he had been pitted by Ferdinand, and it was also miserable. Without substantial concessions, Bulgaria is expected to continue to watch the show. But he also didn't believe that the Bulgarians were not worried at all. They would really see Greece defeated, and Bulgaria's life would not be easy. Well, he overestimated Ferdinand's integrity. Far away in Bulgaria, Ferdinand is watching the battle report leisurely, drinking tea, and enjoying himself. I also commented a few words from time to time, a real melon eater, and never worried about the Greeks. The Greeks have been able to fight until now, and Ferdinand has been satisfied. According to the initial estimate of the staff, Greece is fully defended and can resist the attack of 150,000 Ottoman troops at most. If it is an active attack, it will be defeated in less than 10 days. This is similar to the performance of the Greek army in history. It was defeated a week after the war. Now the performance of the Greek army is already very good. It has been able to fight with hundreds of thousands of Ottoman troops for so long, and at least 30,000 to 40,000 Ottoman Empire troops have been killed. Ferdinand was surprised. As for sending troops to help, no problem. Just wait a moment. After the defeat of the main Greek force, it is time for Bulgaria to send troops. 2 generations of human beings, countless lessons in history have taught Ferdinand that the distribution of benefits has never been based on contributions. Strength is the core factor that determines the distribution of benefits. Isn't Bulgaria the biggest contribution to the Balkan Wars in parallel time and space? I think I can get the biggest piece of cake, but the result, without enough strength, in the face of interests, former allies turned into enemies, and they were beaten and paralyzed. Now Ferdinand's plan is to make one by one, and Bulgaria is acting according to the pre-agreed plan anyway. It is the responsibility of the Greeks to start the war in advance. If they can't hold it for half a month, how can they blame Bulgaria? Of course, even if it lasted for half a month, it was useless. Even if Bulgaria is involved in the war, it will take Istanbul first, followed by the Macedonia region. It will not be able to help the Greeks for a while! Ferdinand put down the teacup in his hand and asked, "Prime Minister, how are Montenegro's preparations? Is it possible for them to join the war in advance?" Prime Minister Constantine said with a smile, "Montenegro is terrified now. They are staring at us now, and it seems that as long as we don't go out, they will not participate in the war." Ferdinand's face changed. "No, Nicholas, I was a person who participated in 2 wars against Turkey, and he definitely knew the military strength of the Ottoman Empire very well. Even if the Greeks are now defeated, it will not frighten him. Don't underestimate them. Nicholas I is also a famous general. The strength displayed by the Ottomans now cannot scare him. We can fool the Greeks, but not him. It seems that Nicholas I has already had a preliminary understanding of our strength through the Guardian War, otherwise Montenegro would have withdrawn directly from the alliance and would not be watching. Everyone's face changed greatly, and they recovered quickly. At this time, even if their strength was exposed, what would happen? Could the Greeks be able to reconcile with the Ottoman Empire? Montenegro is the same size, with 2 divisions at most. Can he still threaten Bulgaria? Chapter 195, Army Organization. We have no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Churchill. This sentence is the foundation of the British Empire. It accurately explains the relationship between various countries. There is no doubt that Bulgaria, Greece and Montenegro are allies now, and the 3 countries will all be competitors in the future. Whether it was Ferdinand, George I, or Nicholas I, it was clear that the Balkans was too small to support a powerful country. At the end of the 19th century, in the era of the strong prey to the weak, it is normal to play tricks on each other for the sake of the living space of the country and the nation. Father, like son. Greece is unlucky now, and both allies are pitting it. This is no longer a matter of distribution of interests. Ferdinand is completely using a knife to kill people, taking the opportunity to weaken this future enemy. So no matter what the Greeks promise, it will not change the outcome. Ferdinand asked, "The Greeks are dying. Once the Greek army is defeated, we will immediately declare war on the Ottoman Empire. How are we preparing now?" Prime Minister Constantine said confidently, "Please rest assured, Your Excellency, we are fully prepared and ready to go to war with the Ottoman Empire at any time." At present, the national mobilization has been completed. A total of more than 600,000 troops have been mobilized, and 12 first-class divisions and 28 second-class divisions have been reorganized. In addition, in order to ensure the logistics supply, we have also transferred 200,000 people from the railway company to form 20 logistics divisions, who are specially responsible for building bridges and repairing roads to ensure the smooth flow of logistics transportation roads. At the same time, we also mobilized most of the medical staff in the country to join the field hospital to ensure that the wounded on the battlefield can be effectively rescued. Ferdinand nodded. He was assured of the organizational ability of the Bulgarian government. At this point, we can proudly say that there is no government in the world that can compare with the Bulgarian government. This is also one of Ferdinand's greatest achievements. Now a decree of Ferdinand can be spread to any village in Bulgaria in one day. This, let alone in the 19th century, even 100 years later, few countries can do it. Well, next is the battle meeting. You should also join us. Karl led my generals to the military conference room next door. After Ferdinand came to power, military and political separation was strictly enforced in Bulgaria. The military has no right to participate in government meetings, except those involving the military. Similarly, the government has no right to interfere in military meetings. Only when there is a major decision, after obtaining the approval of Ferdinand, both the military and the government are eligible to participate at the same time. Under normal circumstances, it is in the annual budget competition and the national policy meeting that the military and political circles will appear at the same time! The Chief of Staff will introduce the basic situation first. Ferdinand said by name yes. Petrov replied forcefully. At present, our army consists of 12 first-class main divisions, 28 second-class divisions, 8 heavy artillery regiments, 3 cavalry regiments and 20 logistics divisions. The total combat force is about 600,000 people. First-class division establishment: 7 infantry regiments, 1 garrison regiment, 1 artillery regiment, 1 engineer regiment, 2 cavalry battalions, 1 machine gun battalion, 1 communications battalion and 1 field hospital. The whole division has more than 16,700 people. Note: in order to save military expenses, the engineer regiment has 1,546 people, which are not included in the establishment if they are drawn from the logistics division. The main officers of the division headquarters: 1 Chief and Deputy Chief of Staff, 1 Chief and Deputy Chief of Staff, 5 to 7 combat staff. First class division equipment: 14,384 Bulgarian 1,891 type rifles, Waterlee 2,187 pistols, 187 Maxim heavy machine guns, 47 naval mortars, 32 Bulgarian 1,895 type 75 mm field guns, Miss France or Italian guns, 4 105 mm cannons. Infantry regiment establishment: 3 infantry battalions, 1 artillery company, 1 machine gun company, 1 cavalry company, 1 guard company, 1 medical company, 1 communication company, a total of 2,086 people. Note: 312 people in an engineer battalion. Infantry regiment equipment: 1827 Bulgarian 1891 rifles, 117 pistols, 16 Maxim heavy machine guns, 2 Bulgarian 1895 75 mm field guns, 6 47 mm naval mortars, the original mortar with the bracket. Infantry battalion: 3 infantry companies, 126 men each, including 2 medics, 6 cooking squads, equipped with 117 rifles, 1 Maxim machine gun, 9 pistols, a spy company, 106 people in total, including 2 medics, 5 cooking squads, 94 rifles, 9 pistols, a machine gun platoon, 36 people in total, 1 medic, 2 Maxim heavy machine guns, several pistols, a gun platoon, 2 47 mm naval mortars, a communication platoon. Machine gun company, a total of 127 people, equipped with 6 Maxim heavy machine guns. Guard regiment synchronized corps artillery regiment establishment: a heavy artillery battalion, 2 artillery battalions, a guard battalion, a communication company, a medical company. A total of 1,247 people. Heavy artillery battalion equipment: a total of 216 people, equipped with 4 105 mm cannons. Artillery battalion: a total of 318 people, equipped with 8 Bulgarian 1,895 type 75 mm field guns. Guard battalion synchronized barracks. Cavalry battalion: a total of 356 people, equipped with 782 horses, 3 heavy machine guns, 331 rifles. Second class division establishment: 6 infantry regiments, 1 garrison regiment, 1 artillery regiment, 1 engineer regiment, 2 cavalry battalions, 1 machine gun battalion, 1 communications battalion and 1 field hospital. The whole division has more than 14,200 people. The main officers of the division headquarters: 1 Chief and Deputy Chief of Staff, 1 Chief and Deputy Chief of Staff, 5 to 7 combat staff. Second class equipment: 12,186 Bulgarian 1,891 type rifles, Shui Lion 1,876 various pistols, 167 Maxim heavy machine guns, 42 47 mm naval mortars, 24 Bulgarian 1,895 type 75 mm field guns, Miss France or Italian gun, 2 105 mm cannons. The organization is basically the same as that of the first-class division, but 1 infantry regiment has been reduced in strength. The equipment of the infantry regiment is the same as that of the first-class division. Compared with the first-class division, the firepower of the artillery regiment has been weakened, and other equipment has not changed much. Heavy artillery regiment: 2,875 people in the regiment, equipped with 12 105 mm cannons, 8 120 mm cannons, and 8 155 mm cannons. Cavalry regiment: a total of 1,856 people, equipped with 3,982 horses, 2 75 mm field guns, 18 heavy machine guns, 1671 rifles. Weapon parameters: Bulgarian 1895 75 mm field gun, copycat French M 1897 75 mm gun diameter, 75 gun weight, 1160 kg gunner, 2.7 m barrel length, 36 times the caliber effective range, 8500 m shooting angle, 11 degrees tilde 18 degrees muzzle rotation angle, 6 degrees muzzle velocity, 529 meters per second projectile weight, 6.3 to 7.8/5.5 kilograms, high explosive, 6.4/6.1 kilograms, armor piercing, 7.24/7.98 kilograms. Shrapnel: the range and weight of the ammunition are average, but the rate of fire is against the sky. The rate of fire is 15-18 rounds minute, which is twice the 6-8 rounds minute of the German FK96-77 field gun in the same period. It is the first rapid-fire gun with a gas recoil machine. Previously, the tube-retracted rapid-fire gun used a bulky hydraulic spring-type recoil machine. At the same time, the German 2 FK96 Type 77 field gun, the Austro-Hungarian FKM99 Type 76.5 field gun, the Russian M1902 Type 76.2 field gun, the Italian M1906 Type 75 field gun, and the Devil's 38 Type 75 field gun are all hydraulic spring-type recoil machine, so the rate of fire cannot compete with the M1897. Chapter 196, Army Organization. 120 mm cannon, imported from France, year of production or service, 1878/1916 diameter, 120 barrel length, 27-20.3 times caliber, high and low firing range, 0 degrees plus 30 degrees horizontal range, 0 degrees projectile weight, 1820 kg muzzle velocity, 265 613 570 m per second weight, 3740 3750 tilde 3850 2700 kilogram maximum range, 12400 m 155 cannon imported from France, year of production or service, 1877/1916 diameter, 155 barrel length, 27 times the caliber, high and low range, minus 26 degrees plus 26 degrees horizontal range, 0 degrees projectile weight, 43.6 kg muzzle velocity, 561 517 m/sec weight, 5700 6500 kg maximum range, 1270 m. No wonder why the artillery, Ferdinand, used the French. The reason is very simple. Even at the end of the 19th century, when the technical blockade was not strict, the export of heavy artillery was strictly controlled by the foreign powers, and it would not be exported on a large scale under normal circumstances. In the international environment at that time, there were only two countries that could export to Bulgaria on a large scale, Russia and France. In fact, the 1877 style 87 mm field gun cooperated by the Russians and the Germans also performed very well, but his caliber was too close to that of MiG-75, the difference in rate of fire was too great, and the overall performance was much worse. In history, MiG-75 but in WI. As for other Russian artillery, either they were not born, or their performance was not as good as that of the French. And the artillery that could serve until World War I was an absolute world leader in 1897! As for imitation, the Bulgarian arsenal has also done it before. Due to the high cost, it cannot be mass-produced, so it can only be bought. In order to solve the lack of melee firepower, Ferdinand even had the idea of a mortar. The technology of the Bulgarian arsenal cannot pass the test, but it is made. Just like the birth of mortars in history, accidents are prone to occur, which seriously threatens the safety of artillerymen. Due to its performance and instability, it was rejected by the military. Finally, at Ferdinand's insistence, an old-fashioned 47 mm naval mortar was refitted on a gun mount with wheels. and a long-tailed shell was fired at a high angle of elevation. The total bomb mass is 11.5 kilograms, the range is 50 to 400 meters, and the firing angle is 45 degrees 65 degrees. This primitive mortar has to be reluctantly accepted by the military. The main reason is that the military thought it was good to use it against machine guns, so it was accepted. Because of its low cost and simple production technology, General Popov, who was an infantryman, took a fancy to it and equipped it to the infantry battalion. Seeing this result, Ferdinand didn't know whether to cry or laugh. The famous mortar of later generations was disliked by the artillery as soon as it came out, but the infantry took a fancy to it. Well, for artillerymen, this old-fashioned 47mm naval mortar has low power, short range, and even a slow rate of fire. It is far inferior to the Bulgarian 1895 75mm field gun. In their opinion, it is simply useless. Well, Ferdinand's military level is only limited to mouth cannons, so let's put aside whether the equipment is reasonable or not. After all, it is the end of the 19th century, and the opponent is a chicken, so let the army do it by itself. After listening to the initial introduction by the Chief of Staff, everyone didn't have a big reaction. The military has long known that the civilian group has self-knowledge and does not dare to interfere indiscriminately. Ferdinand nodded, drew a circle on the map, and continued to ask, if we want to take all of Istanbul, Macedonia, Kosovo, Thrace, and most of Albania this time, we will drive Turkey out of Europe. Go. What is the difficulty of starting purely from a military point of view? Chief of Staff Petrov said in embarrassment. Other areas are easy to handle, but in the Bosphorus and Dardanelles, the Turks have deployed a large number of shore artillery, which will cause serious damage to our army. Threaten. If we can't solve these shore artillery, even if we capture Constantinople, we can only be passively beaten. After a moment of silence, Ferdinand said, if you want to solve the Turks' shore artillery, unless you can land in Asia Minor, I am afraid that it cannot be completely eliminated. If we also use a large number of large-caliber artillery, more powerful than the firepower deployed by the Ottoman Empire, to bombard the Turks, is it feasible? Petrov thought for a while and said, it is theoretically feasible to use artillery against artillery, as long as the firepower has an advantage. It is still possible to destroy most of the shore artillery on the opposite side at any cost. After all, most of the shore artillery deployed by the Ottoman Empire is aimed at the strait, and the threat on land is not considered, and the defense capability is not very strong. If the navy can bear a certain amount of losses, it can still rush into the Sea of Marmara. As long as the navy of the Ottoman Empire is defeated, the Turks have to admit defeat. But it is difficult for us to get so many large-caliber artillery in a short period of time. Our 5 heavy artillery regiments alone may not be able to suppress the Turks. Ferdinand nodded. He knew that the Black Sea Strait was not so easy to get through. Don't you see the First World War in history? The Allies fell into a stalemate on the Western Front, and in order to make a breakthrough on the moving line, they launched the Battle of Dardanelles. On the Allied side, 500,000 soldiers crossed the ocean to the Gallipoli Peninsula. After nearly 11 months of fighting, which cost about 53,000 dead and 96,937 wounded, still lost. In order to open up the Black Sea Strait, the Russians have also launched many Russian-Turkish wars for hundreds of years, all of which have been unsuccessful. But the Russians did not give up. It's not that the hairy bear has water in its head. But the Russian Empire has most of the maritime transportation, which is through the Black Sea Strait, and has to fight. Thinking of this, Ferdinand's mood suddenly relaxed, and he said with a smile, we can't take it out, but the Russians have it. I guess they are waiting for us to come to the door? Don't underestimate the Russians because of Russia's poor performance in the Russian-Japanese War and World War I! Ferdinand knew very well that Nicholas II was definitely not the idiot, authoritarian, stubborn described in the textbooks. On the contrary, he was very smart and a reformer. It is a pity that Nicholas II was a failed reformer in history, and the external expansion in order to transfer internal contradictions just happened to fail. What Ferdinand can think of, The Russians can't do without. In fact, if it was not restricted by national strength, the Bulgarian staff would have come up with a perfect plan! When discussing in Bulgaria, the Russian government in St. Petersburg was also very concerned about the direction of the war. Nicholas II looked at the battle report and said with a smile, "It seems that the Turks have really fallen. It's been so long, and they haven't even got a decent record." Everyone burst into laughter. Russia and Turkey are a pair of old enemies. Seeing the bad luck of the enemy, they have no reason to be unhappy. Are the Bulgarians coming soon? Ferdinand's patience is so good. Doesn't he worry that the Greeks will be defeated and face the Ottoman army alone? Asked Nicholas II again. The Minister of War said respectfully, "Your Majesty the Great Tsar, this war came too suddenly, and the Bulgarians still need time to prepare. And the Greeks and the Turks have been at war for less than 10 days. If the Greeks are defeated so quickly, it will not help much to join them. The Bulgarians are now planning to let the Greeks delay their mobilization and consume the strength of the Turks by the way. If the Greeks lose, there will be one less opponent to compete for the spoils." The Admiralty smiled and said, "I'm afraid it's more than that. Our attitude is the key to Bulgaria's decision. After all, as long as they capture Constantinople and let our navy enter the Sea of Marmara to defeat the Ottoman Empire navy, the Ottoman army in the Balkans will become rootless, and defeat is a matter of time." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, The Defeat of Greece. Not bad. It seems that Ferdinand is still so shrewd and always knows how to get the best interests for himself. How is the navy prepared? Once the war starts, we can't directly intervene. Nicholas II laughed. Say later the Minister of the Navy said confidently, "In order to ensure the victory of this war, the Black Sea Fleet will go all out, and then our main fleet will attack the Ottoman Empire in the name of the Bulgarian Navy. Once Bulgaria has taken Istanbul, the Bosphorus will be ours." On this point, the Admiralty really did not brag. It's not how awesome the Russians' Black Sea Fleet is, but the Ottoman Empire's navy is rotten to the core. The Ottoman Navy used to be rich, and once ranked 5th in the world Navy rankings, and the tonnage of armored ships exceeded the 6th Italian by 20%. In 1878, the Ottoman Empire had 16 ironclad ships. At that time, the world's largest British Imperial Navy had only 40 ironclad ships. The number of armored ships even surpassed that of the world's second largest naval power, France. Not only is there a lot of quantity, but the quality is not bad. There are several ironclad ships of 8 or 9,000 tons. Even the arrogant German Navy in the future, their first 9,000-ton ironclad ship, bought it from the United Kingdom after taking advantage of the Ottoman Empire's cancellation of the order. It has 5 ship-side gunships, 10 central gun gallery ships, 1 surface rotating ship, 4 frigates, and 20 patrol ships, with a total tonnage of 90,725 tons, second only to Britain, France, Germany and Russia. Ranked 5th in the world. It may seem awesome, but it's actually nothing special. It's a poor man's navy. The Ottoman Navy has such a large family background. In an era when national strength and technology were not at the same latitude as the great powers, they built such a fleet. It was completely a sultan who had a wonderful naval fanatic from 1860 to 1871, Abdulaziz. But the Ottoman Empire is poor. The moneyless Sultanese government, Abdulaziz did a stupid thing, increased taxes. Mainly ruled Christian areas, such as Serbia, Bulgaria, Romania and other places that were still under the Ottoman Empire. 1 or 2 days is fine. This tax is levied for 10 years. Christians everywhere can no longer survive and start uprisings one after another. The nobles and princes of the Ottoman Empire saw that this was no good. The navy here is still building and the country is about to split. It can't go on like this. Together, they launched a coup d'etat and abolished His Highness Aziz. Now the navy of the Ottoman Empire has become a motherless child. and the huge iron armored fleet has become a large toy. Even so, it is enough to dominate one side. It is a pity that the decaying Ottoman Empire is not willing to pay even the cost of maintaining the fleet. The government has stopped the normal allocation of the navy. The naval officers and soldiers do not live on the ship either. They all have their own lives. Many officers and soldiers will get lost when they arrive at the port, and often cannot find their ships, because they rarely get on the ship. Some officers don't even know how many people are on their ships, and they can't tell the parameters of the weapons on the warships. These are the status quo of the Ottoman Navy. As for combat power, what the hell is that? Didn't see the provocation of the Greek Navy. Did the Ottoman Navy not attack? Know that both countries have declared war. To defend the Bulgarian Navy, such a reason to hold back can only fool the military novices of the Sudanese government. Anyone with a little military common sense knows that the Bosphorus Strait is 30 kilometers long, only over 700 meters at its narrowest point, and only 3.7 kilometers at its widest point. The shore artillery deployed on both sides of the strait is not a salute. How could the Bulgarian Navy go to the Sea of Marmara to do things? Certainly, the coastal artillery deployed by the Ottoman Empire on both sides of the strait may really be salutes. After all, nothing is impossible in this magical country! Ferdinand's butterfly effect. Now the situation in the Balkans has entered a turning point in history. No one can predict where the future will go. But the Greeks still did not get rid of the fate of history. The Greek army led by Prince Constantine was still defeated by Edhi Pasha, and the main force of tens of thousands of Greek troops was destroyed. In the early morning of April 29, 1897, after a day of hard fighting, the Ottoman army finally tore a hole in the defense area of Major General Andrew of the 18th Division. The problem was with this group of reinforcements. Due to the lack of troops, Major General Andrew had to add this group of rabble to the troops. The brutal offensive and defensive battle has already exhausted the Greek army physically and mentally. They are the strong men who were captured, so don't expect them to have any sense of belonging to Greece. In the early hours of the morning, a battalion of the 10th Division of the Ottoman Empire, followed by night cover, launched a raid. After the night attack, the recruits who had just been replenished ran away in panic. This run caused a chain reaction, and many Greek soldiers also ran away in confusion. By the time the Greek officers reacted, it was too late. The line of defense had already been torn open, and the main force of the 10th Division of the Ottoman army had rushed in and fought with the Greek army in the dark. Edhi Pasha, who received the news, did not hesitate, and immediately ordered the whole army to attack. Hundreds of thousands of Greek and Turkish armies launched the most brutal fight in the vast night. All the establishments have been disrupted. Whether it is Prince Constantine or Edhi Pasha, they have already commanded the troops, and they can only watch the melee between the two sides. With the passage of time, with the advantage of numbers, the Ottomans gradually gained the upper hand, and the ending was doomed. The Greek army was so confusedly defeated. Even if Prince Constantine has formed a wounded division again, he is powerless at this moment. After dawn, Edhi Pasha counted the results, and suddenly discovered that the commander of the Greek army, Prince Constantine, had been reduced to a prisoner. In this campaign, the Ottoman army paid 34,800 casualties, annihilated more than 57,000 Greek troops, and won the first victory since the Turkish army started the war. The victory of Trichala. Needless to say, in this war, Greece has already taken the lead out of the game. The victorious Edhi Pasha immediately cut off the connection between the Greek army in Epirus and the country. The more than 100,000 Greek troops led by Duke Cyril have now been made dumplings. In the absence of weapons and ammunition supplies, defeat is a matter of time. At this moment, the Greek government is completely blind. And the worst has happened. The reinforcements that were originally going to reinforce Prince Constantine don't need to go now. They just go back the same way and prepare for the homeland defense battle. Chapter 198. King George I of Greece personally sent a telegram for help, asking us to join the war immediately, otherwise they will have peace talks with the Ottoman Empire alone. Minister of Foreign Affairs Chekhov laughed and said, "The Greeks know they're in a hurry now. It's a pity that they haven't figured out the situation yet. Are they threatening us with withdrawing from the war? Everyone burst into laughter, all with a look of schadenfreude. Constantine said with a sneer, Greece still has some role to play. At least they still hold back the hundreds of thousands of Ottoman troops. There is no credit or hard work. We should not discourage their enthusiasm. Ferdinand added, yes, the fearless spirit of the Greek government is worth encouraging. Well, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs called back Georgia and said that we would go to war soon, and now we are working on a battle plan, and we will go to war as soon as it is completed. Foreign Minister Medvedev said in embarrassment, Your Excellency, Grand Duke, this is not good. After all, the Greeks are still allies, so there must be a specific time for participating in the war, right? Ferdinand thought for a while, then said cautiously, then 3 days. Tell Georgia and let them hold on. We Bulgaria are responsible allies and we will be in the war in 3 days. In 3 days, I hope the Ottomans are not so incompetent and can handle the Cyril Legion. Medvedev was powerless to complain, he wanted to laugh but didn't dare to laugh. If Ferdinand's words are not added later, it is really like that, and the last sentence is added, and it is a bit tilde. Ferdinand didn't care how King George I was feeling. 3 days passed in a hurry. According to the agreement, today was the day when Bulgaria entered the war. On May 3, 1897, Bulgaria issued a 24-hour ultimatum to the Ottoman Empire. The core content is, ask the Sudanese government to return the territory occupied by Bulgaria, that is, all the territory of the Ottoman Empire in Europe, and compensate the economic loss of £2 billion. Anyway, the Second Bulgarian Empire was indeed destroyed by the Ottomans in 500 years. Now that Bulgaria is independent, it is no problem to take back its homeland from the Ottoman Empire and ask them to pay for their losses. Of course, the content of the ultimatum is a lot. From more than 500 years ago to the present, it lists the grievances between protecting the soil in detail. The mess adds up to more than 100 pages. I don't know what the Ministry of Foreign Affairs thinks. It is estimated that the Sudanese government may not be able to read the content in 24 hours. But these are not important. Anyway, the Balkans are lively. After the Greek-Turkish War, Bulgaria joined the declaration of war on the Ottoman Empire. Before things were over, Montenegro also jumped out to brush his presence. On the day Bulgaria declared war, he also issued an ultimatum to the Ottoman Empire. European people instantly turned into melon eaters, commenting on the world while watching the excitement. According to the unscrupulous media, the Balkans have always had a tradition of 3 years of small wars and 10 years of wars. In the past 10 years, except for the 2 Bulgarian wars, the rest of the time was generally peaceful, and it was long overdue for a big one. The public opinion of the outside world is not important. The Sudanese government, who has realized it later, has some headaches now. Seeing that Greece is about to settle down, Bulgaria and Montenegro have jumped out again. But the Sudanese government was much tougher than seeking a country, and refused outright, in one sentence, if you want to fight, fight. After the Sudanese government refused, on May 4, 1897, Ferdinand authorized the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to submit a war book to the Ottoman Empire. The next day, Montenegro declared war on the Ottoman Empire, and the Balkan War broke out. At the same time as the submission of the gauntlet, the Bulgarian army also began to act. Unlike the First Balkan War in history, when the Union army of 630,000 fought against 500,000 Ottoman troops, 350,000 in Bulgaria, 150,000 in Serbia, 100,000 in Greece, and 30,000 in Negro. This time it was almost Bulgaria one-on-one with the Turkey. In 1897, the Ottoman Empire had an army of about 450,000 in the Balkans, and the Greeks were maimed. The Ottoman Empire also paid a lot of losses, and the number of troops dropped to about 400,000. In order to win this war, Bulgaria mobilized a total of 600,000 troops. Montenegro mobilized about 30,000 troops as in history, plus the already disabled Greece. The Balkan alliance still occupies an absolute military advantage. On May 4, Bulgarian troops divided into 5 groups and launched a full-scale attack on the Ottoman Empire. The first route, the Bulgarian First Army Group, consisting of 5 first-class divisions, 5 second-class divisions, 5 heavy artillery regiments, 2 cavalry regiments, and 2 engineering divisions, with a total army of about 184,000 people, combat troops about 156,000, including Bulgarian 1st, 8th, 9th, 10th Division, 1st Guards Division, new 11th to 14th Divisions, heavy artillery 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th Regiments, 1st Cavalry the Regiment, the 2nd Regiment, and the 1st and 2nd Divisions of the Engineer. Military officers: Lieutenant General Popov as the commander of the army, Major General Petrov as the Chief of Staff. Strategic goal: Thrace, located in the south of the Balkan Mountains, north of the Aegean Sea, west of Macedonia, east by the Black Sea, and southeast of the Turkish Strait. Note: Thrace includes what is now southern Bulgaria, northern Thrace, northern Greece, western Thrace, and the European part of Turkey, eastern Thrace. The second route, Bulgarian Second Army Group, consisting of 3 first-class divisions, 5 second-class divisions, 2 heavy artillery regiments, 1 cavalry regiment, and 3 engineering divisions, with a total army of about 165,000 people, about 130,000 combat troops, including Bulgarian 2nd, 3rd, 4th Division, the new 15th to 19th Divisions, the 6th and 7th Heavy Artillery Regiments, the 3rd Cavalry Regiment, and the 3rd, 4th and 5th Engineer Divisions. Military Chiefs: Lieutenant General Dante Christoph as Army Commander, Andrei Blaskov as Chief of Staff. Strategic objectives: Macedonia region, Republic of Macedonia and Northern Greece, Central Macedonia, West Macedonia, East Macedonia, Thessaloniki, Cyprus, Albania. The third route, the Bulgarian Third Army Group, which consists of a first-class division, a second-class division and an engineer division, with a total army of about 42,000 people, about 31,000 soldiers, including the 2nd Division of the Guards, the new 20th Division and the 6th Engineer Division. Military commanders: Major General Ilya Dimitrov as the commander of the army and Vidjo Dykov as the Chief of Staff. Strategic objectives: Kosovo region, Albania. The fourth route, that is, the 6th Bulgarian Division plus 1 engineer regiment, about 19,000 people. Military commanders: Division Commander George Ivanov, Division Chief of Staff Stefan Bogdanov. Strategic goal: cross the Rhodope Mountains and kill the Aegean Sea. The fifth route, namely the Bulgarian 7th Division plus 1 engineer regiment, about 19,000 people. Military commanders: Division Commander Periv Christov, Division Chief of Staff Stol Bratislav. Strategic objective: cross the Rhodope Mountains and enter the Macedonia region along the Struma River. As for the remaining first-class division, the 5th Division, and 8 second-class divisions, new divisions 21 to 28, there is no doubt that they are the General Reserve Team, and of course they are staying to watch the house. Otherwise, like during the Second Balkan War, Bulgaria was all out of the elite, leaving no troops to watch the house, and was stabbed in the eye by Romania. And it was defeated so fast. Of course, Ferdinand has to learn his lesson. He has left 9 divisions and 1 heavy artillery regiment, about 140,000 troops, not to mention it is used for defense, even if it is a heads-up with Romania. Remarks: engineer divisions are listed separately and are not included in the main force of 600,000. Chapter 199. The battle is in full swing. The deployment of Bulgarian troops is completely based on the combat plan formulated by the Turkish army. There is no doubt that the Istanbul area will be the focus of the competition between the two countries, followed by the Macedonia area. The Ottoman Empire deployed 150,000 troops in Istanbul, 80,000 troops in Macedonia, about 100,000 troops in Greece, 40,000 in Albania, and 30,000 in Kosovo. As soon as the Balkan War broke out, Bulgaria received extensive support from all ethnic groups in the Balkans, and people offered help wherever the Bulgarian army passed. These are inseparable from the management of successive Bulgarian governments, especially after Ferdinand came to power. In addition to cultural export, the intelligence department also worked hard in the Balkans, taking advantage of the contradiction between the Ottoman Empire and the local people, to win over a group of people who tended to Bulgaria, and created a good situation for this war, mass basis. As soon as the war broke out on May 4, the Bulgarian army marched forward bravely. On the third day after the start of the war, the Bulgarian First Army smashed the Turkish counterattacks many times. The forward troops, the 1st Division of the Guards and the 1st Army of the Army had already begun to encircle the castle of Adriana, and the 10th Division had already conquered the city of Lozengrad. Before the Turkish High Command could complete the reorganization of the troops, on May 8, the Bulgarian 1st and 3rd Heavy Artillery Regiments arrived at Adriana Fort and immediately launched a fierce attack. In this offensive and defensive battle, the mortar began to move towards the stage of history and started its legendary road. In order to defend the city of Adriana, the Ottomans also worked hard. In addition to the fortresses all over the place, there are dense trenches, barbed wire, heavy machine guns, etc. All this has made the Bulgarian army a great name. Since the mortar has not yet appeared, the defense against it naturally does not exist. Originally, the Bulgarian army was only preparing to use mortars to deal with machine guns, but when it appeared on the battlefield, it stunned everyone. When the 3rd Battalion of the 3rd Regiment of the 1st Guards Division was attacking the Turkish positions, the heavy machine guns on the opposite side blared clap, crack, crack. The 3rd Battalion commander Kakashi Ivanlov immediately ordered his men to set up mortars to destroy the enemy's heavy machine guns. Because Ferdinand's version of the mortar is really rudimentary, not only the range is short, but the caliber is not very good, and then the artillery is not accidentally shot away. This flight caused a problem. The shells flew to the Ottomans. With a bang, the ammunition box of the Turkish army was detonated. The bullets began to fly in an instant, leaving only a wailing. My good fellow, it was obviously a miss, but the result was even better than expected. A single shell took away the lives of dozens of Ottoman soldiers. Seeing this, Kakashi Ivanlov doesn't care so much. Anyway, the Bulgarian army has not stipulated that mortars can only be used to deal with machine guns. After several experiments, Kakashi Ivanlov found that the effect is very good, as long as it is not too biased. Hitting the Ottoman positions can always cause casualties to the enemy, ranging from a few to dozens. People, the effect is simply not too good. After getting this discovery, Kakashi Ivanlov immediately reported it. After many experiments, some people found that mortars were also effective against some of the Ottoman fortresses, and even some fortresses collapsed directly after a shot was fired. There are tofu slag projects everywhere, not to mention the decaying Ottoman Empire. Of course, most of these fortresses are just for defense against bullets. This is much more cost-effective than using a 75mm field gun. The shell price of the mortar is less than 1/5 of the field gun, and the accuracy is much higher. The amazing performance of the mortar quickly attracted the attention of Major General Geneva Nicola, the commander of the 1st Division of the Guards, and then quickly promoted it in the Bulgarian army. Thanks to the decay of the Ottoman Empire, many fortifications are left over from 180 years ago. Many places have been in disrepair and aging, and there are temporary construction of tofu slag projects. With the addition of this weapon, the efficiency of the Bulgarian army's siege has suddenly increased. Many fortifications that originally required field artillery can now be done with mortars. If one shot fails, just 2 shots, and if it fails, 3 shots and 4 shots can always be done. Anyway, the Ottoman Empire stopped the maintenance of the fortress in the city decades ago, and it was temporarily reinforced after the outbreak of the war. Don't expect it to be strong. The Ottoman army fought fiercely to no avail. 2 days later, the important military town of Adriana was occupied by Bulgaria. By this time, the 9th Bulgarian Division had reached Loroburgas. The 6th and 11th Divisions began to advance towards the Glibalu Peninsula and the west coast of the Sea of Marmara. Unwilling to fail, the commander-in-chief of the Turkish army, Wolf Pasha, began to assemble the army to prepare for a decisive battle with Bulgaria in the Karagaki River basin between Lurbergat and Bunarhizar. Not to be outdone, Popov assembled the 8th Division, the 9th Division, the 12th Division, the 13th Division, the 14th Division and the 4th Heavy Artillery Regiment, as well as 2 cavalry regiments, to prepare for a decisive battle with the Ottomans. On May 10, the first decisive battle in the Balkan Wars kicked off. At this time, Wolf Pasha has assembled 8 divisions, about 106,000 troops, with more than 1,000 cannons of various types and more than 600 heavy machine guns. On the Bulgarian side, there are now 5 infantry divisions with a total strength of about 86,000, more than 600 cannons of various types, and more than 800 heavy machine guns. From a quantitative point of view, the Ottomans not only have an advantage in strength, but also in the number of artillery. From the quality point of view, it is just reversed. In the Ottoman army, which has an advantage in the number of troops, the quality of the soldiers is much worse, not to mention the artillery. Thousands of artillery pieces sound very domineering, almost twice as many as the Bulgarian army. If you figure out the composition of the artillery pieces, I guess no one sees it that way. After all, it is a sight that the Ottoman Empire has been operating for hundreds of years. It is very simple to collect a batch of artillery pieces. Of course, the age of the artillery pieces is a little bit older. From the new artillery that has just been produced for a year or two, to the old antiques 200 or 300 years ago, it is everything. Among them, the front-mounted artillery occupies the mainstream, and there are too many old antiques. It was originally intended for general use, but now the front-loaded weapons of the Ottoman army are the mainstream, and the breech guns have not had time to popularize, let alone cannons. Chapter 200, Battle of the Karagach River. As soon as the decisive battle began, the Ottoman army was beaten. With its superhuman rate of fire, the 75 mm field gun made the Ottomans unable to lift their heads in an instant. Thousands of shells per minute are scattered on the positions of the Ottoman army, tearing the defense line carefully prepared by Wolf Pasha to pieces. Under the cover of night, on a field on the south bank of the Karagach River, the headquarters of the Bulgarian 9th Division was set up here. Major General Kirill, commander of the 9th Division, looked at the combat map and asked, "Are the units in place? How are the preparations of the artillery regiment?" The adjutant replied, "All units are in place, the artillery regiment has been deployed, and the final commissioning is underway." Kirill thought for a while and said, "Send someone to scout the enemy again." "Yes." The adjutant answered affirmatively. The chief of staff asked suspiciously, "You are too concerned. Haven't the enemy's position coordinates been clearly marked by the intelligence department and sent over?" The headquarters of the army group has also sent people to conduct verification. Can you still believe it? Kirill shook his head and said, "It's not that I can't trust them. The battlefield is ever-changing, and it is impossible for the position of the Ottoman army to undergo major changes in a short period of time, but small changes are still possible. Even if the enemy moves the camp to the left and right by 180 meters, the accuracy of our artillery will be greatly reduced. There is a heavy artillery regiment in the headquarters, and for them, 180 meters is not an error at all. This is also a problem that all commanders tend to make, as long as the approximate location is determined, no matter whether it can hit the enemy or not, the shells must be fired. The great powers of the great powers have great achievements. If one cannonball fails to hit, 100 cannonballs will pass, and if it fails, 1,000 cannonballs will definitely kill the enemy. And the post-war statistics never asked about the shelling process and the shells consumed. They only cared about whether the mission was completed and whether the enemy was destroyed. But we can't. Bulgaria's foundation is weak. For this war, just stockpiling ammunition. Our arsenal has been rushing to work for several years, and we can't afford to waste it. The chief of staff thought for a while and said, "I understand a little why the Archduke attaches so much importance to you. You can find out these detailed problems, and you have to obey." Kirill smiled and said, "I thought you would say, I'm scared of poverty? The chief of staff shook his head and said with a sneer, how is it possible, we Bulgarian army, who hasn't lived a hard life? That is to say, the conditions have been better in recent years. For a long time, even the cannon master didn't know what to do. After speaking, the two looked at each other and smiled. After a while, the chief of staff said solemnly, does Kirill dare to take a big bet? Did you mean night attack? Kirill asked. After thinking about it, the chief of staff shook his head and said, it's not a night attack. I plan to launch a general attack tonight, use the night to cover the river, and catch the enemy by surprise. After a moment of silence, Kirill said, you are a lunatic. The chief of staff smiled and said, perhaps a lunatic. If I succeed, I am a genius. If I fail, I am a lunatic. The lunatic and the genius are often only on the line. I've heard it for a long time, your staff is full of lunatics. Today I'm an eye-opener. Well, this time I'll bet, Kirill said cautiously. Betting? I didn't expect that. I'm not the only one who's crazy. When did you, a moderate in the army, become so radical? The chief of staff asked suspiciously. Kirill said coldly, I'm not as conservative as you guys say. Besides, we'll launch a raid tonight, and the risk is not as big as you think. Don't you know what the Ottoman army on the opposite side is? We also conduct overnight combat training. They are strong soldiers who train every 10 days. What's there to be afraid of? The chief of staff laughed and said, you are still the Kirill I know. Yes, now is the time when the Ottomans are the most slack in their defense. As long as normal people don't think that we will launch a general attack today. And even if it fails, the big deal is to return and wait for the main force to come over to fight. If it is lucky to cross the river successfully, the Ottoman army in front of us is the meat on the chopping board. At this time, Major General Itor Pasha, who was on duty in the Ottoman army, was restless all the time, and his right eyelid kept twitching. Major General Itor Pasha was educated in the new style, and does not agree with such a statement. Maybe it's too tired recently, Itor Pasha thought. Has anything unusual happened? Itor Pasha asked. The adjutant replied, as of today, everything is normal, and there is nothing abnormal. Where's the Bulgarian on the other side? Itor Pasha continued to ask reluctantly. The adjutant replied, the Bulgarian army stationed opposite is the 9th Division that came over this afternoon. Now we are busy setting up camp, and we have launched several raids while they are not stable, but they all failed. Itor Pasha shook his head, thinking that he seemed to think too much. The Ottoman Empire deployed 4 divisions with more than 50,000 troops along the Kirill River. No matter how strong the Bulgarian army was, it would not make sense. The truth of attacking with only one main division! In the early hours of the morning, an advance team of the Bulgarian army, followed by the cover of night, quietly crossed the river in the lower reaches of the Kirill River. The location for crossing the river was chosen very cleverly, with a large reed field on both sides. It's already May, and the reeds are growing lush. The breeze blew across the road of night, and the reeds fluttered in the wind, which just covered the action of the advance team. The Kirill River is not wide, and the current is not turbulent. The Bulgarian advance detachment took rafts and small wooden boats hidden by local residents and quietly crossed the river under the cover of night. At 3:30 in the morning, which is the most sleepy time of the day, the Bulgarian 9th Division has already prepared and launched a river-crossing battle. At this time, the advance detachment had reached the destination and attacked a ferry. The Bulgarian army was under the cover of artillery, and the main force began to cross the river. The sudden attack of Bulgaria disrupted the deployment of the Ottomans. Due to the lack of training for night combat, the Ottoman barracks were already in chaos. The officers have been busy for half the night, and are now sleeping soundly. Those who can come out to preside over the situation are all the elites of the Ottoman army. After the Bulgarian attack, Major General Itor Pasha immediately organized a counterattack. It is a pity that under the cover of night, the poor command system of the Ottoman army is now in chaos. By the time Major General Itor figured out where the Bulgarian army had landed, it was too late. More than 2 hours had passed. In these 2 hours, 4 main regiments of the Bulgarian army had crossed the river. As expected, the 9th Division achieved a comprehensive victory in the Battle of Crossing the River, although there are still more than 50,000 troops in the Ottoman Empire, which is 3 times the number of the 9th Division. They can't help the 9th Division in the short term. History took another turn. After receiving the news that the Bulgarian 9th Division had successfully crossed the river, General Popov did not hesitate at all, and immediately ordered the 12th and 13th Divisions not far away to rush to the front line. The next day, the Ottoman army launched a frantic counterattack against the 9th Division. Kirill is not the master who is beaten without fighting back. He directly attacked each other, and the two sides broke out in the most brutal fight since the beginning of the war. Although the strength of the Ottoman army was stronger, the 9th Division often had the upper hand after the close quarters. Kirill's position not only did not shrink, but expanded a lot. The Chief of Staff said suspiciously, "The performance of the Ottoman army seems to be a little wrong. How come they have 3 times the strength of the army, so they are pressed and beaten by us?" Kirill nodded and said, "Yes, the combat effectiveness of the Ottoman army can't be so bad. We have fought before, and the Turks are still very brave." The Chief of Staff suddenly had a flash of light and said, "Turks, yes, it seems that the troops opposite us are not all Turks." Kirill stood up and said, "That's right, the Ottoman Empire's army is not all Turks, but also other ethnic minorities. These people will definitely not give their lives to the Sudanese government." Well, Kirill was half right. There were indeed other peoples in the Ottoman army, but most of them were enlisted. Eating empty noises is a tradition of the Ottoman army, and now it's time to fight, so there must be enough people. This is simple: grab a strong man and fill it up. And the officers who lost the battle in front of them must find a way to get out of their guilt, or catch the strong men. As long as the number of troops is gathered, and the top and bottom are clicked, defeat will become a strategic retreat. This is also the reason why the number of the Ottoman army has not decreased much since the war has been going on for so long, but the combat effectiveness has dropped sharply. In the evening, the 12th Bulgarian Division arrived at the front line and completed the rendezvous with the 9th Division. At this time, the 13th Division was only 20 kilometers away from the front line of the Karagach River. The military superiority that the Ottomans relied on no longer existed, and the war began to develop in Bulgaria's favor. Far away in Sofia, Ferdinand is now surrounded by a stream of good news. The first route army is progressing smoothly, but the second route army did not give in too much and defeated the enemy in the eastern part of Macedonia. The fourth route army has already reached the Aegean Sea. The third route army is looting in Kosovo, killed a lot of troops. In addition to the first army, it has only been a week since the start of the war, and other Bulgarian troops have also conquered more than 10 cities such as Jimredina, Sir, Prizren, and Vils. His Excellency, the Greeks have once again asked us for help. The army led by Cyril has collapsed. Now the Ottoman army is ravaging the Greek peninsula. Milos and Delphi have fallen. Athens is already in danger. Ferdinand nodded and said heartlessly, "Tell the Greeks, let them hold on. We are fighting the main force of the Ottoman army, and when we win, the war will be won. By the way, remind the Greeks and ask them to mobilize the people to resist. The Ottoman Empire is just a paper tiger. As long as the Greek people work hard, they can definitely stop it." Prime Minister Constantine said hesitantly, "Grand Duke, do we want the second route army to accelerate its advance? If the Greeks cannot resist and surrender to the Ottomans, then public opinion will be very unfavorable to us." Ferdinand shook his head and said, "Don't worry, what can the public opinion say? They say we can't help us if we die. Can't you justify it? This is obviously the Greeks are too rubbish. It's been over 20 days and I can't stand it anymore, a proper pig teammate. Why can't they stand up to us? They started this war in the first place, and now we are wiping their ass, so who can blame us? Surrender? If Georgia was willing to surrender, he would have surrendered to the Ottomans as early as when the Cyril Legion was besieged. Now even if Athens falls, they will move the capital to the Peloponnese and continue to persevere. When we get the Ottomans out, they will come out as victors to regain lost ground." Chekhov asked suspiciously, "Grand Duke, The performance of the Ottomans is a bit abnormal. It stands to reason that they are at a disadvantage on the battlefield now. Why don't they concentrate their forces and fight us decisively, but instead go to trouble the Greeks? Ferdinand laughed without saying a word. From a military standpoint, it is true that we should concentrate our forces on the Bulgarian attack, but not politically, especially for Commander Redhi Pasha. The internal struggle in the Ottoman Empire was much more intense and bloody than in other countries, and Edi Pasha was asked to give up the credit he could afford and take the risk to help his enemy. Even if he himself would, his officers would not promise. Ferdinand was able to see all of this clearly, thanks to the intelligence department. In order to check and balance the generals under the Sultan, several military chiefs in the Balkans are from different factions. This is a precedent. Egypt was easily acquired by the British because of the infighting of the Ottoman government. The Bosnia and Herzegovina region in history was also lost to the Austro-Hungarian Empire because of infighting! At this moment, the Battle of the Karagach River is gradually coming to an end. After a short rest, the Bulgarian army, which has joined the division, launched a full-scale attack on the Ottoman army. After 2 days of bloody battles, the Ottoman army collapsed across the board, and the Bulgarian 2nd Cavalry Regiment, which arrived later, received a challenging task: capture prisoners. Now it is different from the First Balkan War in history. The Bulgarian army has an absolute advantage. If the Ottoman army is allowed to run away, then the offensive and defensive Battle of Constantinople will be fought again. As of May 13, in the Battle of Karagach River, the Bulgarian army annihilated 13,000 enemy troops and captured 34,000 enemy troops, while their own casualties were less than 4,000. The casualty ratio of the two sides was 1 to 3.25! The fly in the ointment is that the main generals of the Ottoman army have all run away. Not only the Battle of the Karagach River, but from the start of the war to the present, apart from the 2 major generals of the Turkish army who were killed by artillery shells, the Bulgarian army has not captured a senior general of the Turkish army. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.